right, just doing a check, sound check, sound check. Everybody can take their places, please. Good morning. And that's a good morning, hearty good morning to all who attend this meeting in person, as well as to all of those attending virtually. The 349th meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the Board of Trustees present for this meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Vice Chair Faith Johnson, Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow, Judge Molly Francis, General Bill Welch, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, Sidney Zeiker, Tom Fordyce, and we are also joined today by our esteemed board member, Ambassador Sishan Siv, by Zoom today. A quorum is present and the 349th meeting of the board is declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person here at the Cambria Hotel in Austin and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 9:02 a.m. Before we get started, I would like to invite everyone present to stand as you're able and join us as a board in pledges of allegiance. Texas Department of Criminal Justice Chief Programs Officer Jason Clark is approaching to lead us in the pledges. Mr. Clark, when you're ready, please begin.
Chairman, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now the Texas Pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I would now ask Windham School District Trustee, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, to offer a word of prayer as we start our meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. Would you bow your heads and pray with me this morning? Heavenly Father, I come to you with my fellow board members today and everyone here, and we are grateful for your provisions. We're grateful for this day. Father, as we consider matters of the Windham School District, I want to say, too, that we are grateful for the administrators, the administration, the support staff, the teachers and instructors that you have brought to this wonderful school district. Thank you for the work that you're using them to do in transforming minds and lives across our state. You tell all of us in your word not to be conformed to this world, but to be transformed by the renewing of our minds so that we'll know what your will is, what is good and acceptable and perfect. So that may that be the intention of each one of us. May this be the result of all those who diligently work in the Windham School District and serve. And may that be the result in lives across our system, across our state. So for matters before our board today, Lord, we pray that you give wisdom and discernment, and may any decisions be made be those that are right and honor you and contribute to the transforming of lives and minds. We pray these things for your honor and in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Sprinkle. As a courtesy to speakers and guests in the meeting, we ask that you please set your electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. We especially recognize public officials and or staff representatives with us here today, in person today. I understand we may have Mr. Corey Sharp with the Legislative Budget Board here today with us, and also from the Lieutenant Governor's Office, we've got Megan Muller, as I understand it. But for all those who serve our great state, we appreciate your service. And whether you're here with us today, watching online, or here with us in spirit, we appreciate what you do. The Windham School District Board of Trustees is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics, as well as public comments on issues within its jurisdiction as provided in Board Rule 300.1. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. As no cards were received prior to the required deadline, the board will not hear public presentations on posted agenda topics today or public comments on issues within the board's jurisdiction. The next agenda topic for us today covers consent items, which are listed in the board's posted agenda. For excused absences, we will include an excused absence for Ambassador Sishan Siv from the June 26, 2025 meeting. With that, are there any amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items? Hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item on our agenda is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the Windham School District budget and salary schedule for 2025-2026. Windham School District Chief Financial Officer Robert O'Banion will be presenting to us today. When you are ready, Mr. O'Banion, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Vice Chair Johnson, members, thank you for this opportunity to be here and discuss Windham School District's budget for the 25-26 school year, and thank you for your ongoing support for our district. Earlier this year, the Texas legislature passed a state budget that included significant revenue increases for our district, and I'd like to highlight a few of those areas. The first of which I want to start off with is staff salaries. Windham staff were included by the legislature in a similar way to public schools that resulted in us receiving $2.1 million in additional revenue to provide salary increases. Teachers with 5 years and greater of experience teaching will receive $5,000 increase in salary from their current year. Teachers with 3 and 4 years of teaching experience will receive $2,500 of increase from the current year, and a 2% salary increase will be provided to teachers with 0 through 2 years of experience, as well as support staff. And this was outlined in House Bill 2 that passed during the legislative session. Secondly, the legislature provided $1.6 million in one-time supplemental funding for internet connectivity within our classrooms. Now, utilizing these funds are not something that we're doing alone. We're going to be working in partnership with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, their Information Technology Division, to ensure that the IT infrastructure and digital access within our classrooms and across all of our campuses is designed and implemented in a way that's very efficient, without any unnecessary duplication, and that would not be possible without our TDCJ partners. Additionally, we received $2 million in continued revenue for 26 additional IT positions to support campus and the enhanced technology. Finally, we received $5.8 million in revenue for continued operations for the expansion to 11 new campuses. Those were added in September of 2023. I'd now like to go over a few areas within our 25-26 budget that's located behind tab C of your binders. If you'll turn to page 3 in the budget book, you will see that the total revenue increased by $12.2 million for fiscal year 26 for a total amount of $93,512,642. The fluctuations from prior year are primarily driven from the increases that I mentioned in revenue from the legislature. And additionally, revenue from a memorandum of understanding with TDCJ increased to $9.4 million to support the implementation of the Sunset Bill. It was Senate Bill 2405, and that created a new $2.9 million MOU between TDCJ and Windham to administer the post-secondary programs across campuses. The all funds budgeted expenditures increased for FY '26 by 5.2% or $5 million to $101,490,431. The FY '26 recommended budget includes multiple one-time expenses for various initiatives. Some examples of those include the $1.5 million to continue expanding and improving technology equipment for students and staff, $100,000 for employee tuition and certification reimbursement program, $250,000 for the expansion of career and technical education, heavy equipment, and truck driving, and finally, approximately $1.2 million for campus and administrative office improvements. If you'll now turn to the personnel schedule at the bottom of page 8, you'll see that our overall total full-time equivalent employees, FTEs, increased from last year's budget by 30.5 to 1,219 FTEs for FY '26. The remaining pages of our budget book, pages 9 through 13, reflect our different salary plans. I want to thank you. Over the last few weeks, we had a chance to sit down and talk to each one of you and go over the details of our budget. Very beneficial to receive your support and conversation and feedback. And additionally, Superintendent Hartman, Director of Instruction Kevin Sonic, and myself, I want to send out a thank you to the finance team and the human resources team. Their contribution was significant to building this budget, and it would not be complete without their commitment and support. And at this time, I'd like to be available for any questions, and also request that the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the 25-26 budget for the Windham School District as presented and the salary schedule per board policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Banion. Just a quick question before I start my comments. Were you able to have good discussion with every member of the Board of Trustees over the budget and answer questions that I know came up during those discussions?
Yes, sir. We were able to sit down one-on-one with each member of the board and had a great exchange to go over the details, flip through almost every page of our book and highlight the changes from one year to the next and the significant plans we have for next year.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate the time and effort that goes into those meetings that occur before the board actually takes up the budget at a meeting like this. Next, a comment, which is that we appreciate your thanks for the work of this board, but really, at this point in time, when we're talking about a budget, we need to give thanks to those who actually put the Windham School District in the position to continue to do the great work that it does. And so I know I speak on behalf of the entire board from the experience during the last legislative session that we have the highest and utmost thanks for those who really made this happen, which includes our state leadership, Governor Greg Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, House Speaker Dustin Burrows. I mean, all the way through the legislature. There was, from my perspective, there was a tremendous groundswell of, number one, recognition of the work that Windham does and the importance of what Windham does, especially to serve public safety, and also an appreciation of the fact that that to do that work, that Windham needs the level of support, and especially in the two areas that you've highlighted for us. Number one, in making sure that our teachers, our valued teachers throughout the district, are valued in the way that Texas leadership has indicated that all Texas teachers are valued. And then number two, in terms of information technology and understanding that in this day and age, people have heard me say it more often than they probably would like, but how the pyramid of human needs has altered over time, and that the access to broadband is kind of pushing on food and water as being something that is critically important to operations. So for all of that, and I can't also tell you how much, from the board chair's perspective, I appreciate the conversations that were had with individual legislators that we had over time, and I know the superintendent joins me in that, the thoughtfulness that we've had in those meetings, and the care and deliberation that was shown in the budget process. So that is very important to make sure that we give the credit to those that are really, truly making this happen. So one follow-up question that I want to open it up for board members to ask their questions. In terms of this important partnership that you've talked about, so you're getting additional funding for not just the broadband access, but also the IT support, which is mission critical in terms of making sure that folks on the ground are able to use this.
Right.
So how do you foresee, and maybe this is for the superintendent as well, how do you foresee that partnership working out into the future?
Certainly. So as we move forward to connect our classrooms and our campuses, the infrastructure, the design, the architectural design, the engineering design that goes into that is critical, and that's where our partnership with TDCJ comes in, to making sure that every campus we review thoroughly with our TDCJ partners to make sure that they're designed and that infrastructure supports the needs to get that infrastructure in the connectivity into the classrooms. Campuses are unique from one to the other, and so that design might be different. And working with TDCJ to make sure that their experts and their experience combined with ours comes together, and we move forward with the best plan long-term to continue to provide that. And making sure we have those conversations up front before we take a step forward and make any implementation is critical.
And so just to kind of break it down, I kind of view it as kind of broadband as being this river that's coming across this great state of Texas, and sometimes the river has branches. A branch is going to be leading into a particular unit. Are we going to be able to work collaboratively with TDCJ to make sure we're making best use of that tributary, to continue my poor effort at a comparison, to make sure we're making the very best use of that tributary to satisfy the needs of both Windham and TDCJ in a way that is obviously safe and secure?
Absolutely. That's the whole, my comments about the engineering and the architect of that system is exactly what you're referring to. The stream of the bandwidth that comes into a location, analyzing that, making sure that it's adequate to meet the Windham's needs and TDCJ needs, and how we can best tap into that. Is additional bandwidth needed, and if so, how does that need to be provided, and making sure that system is designed so it can benefit both parties and is done efficiently without any kind of wasted funds or duplication of effort. So,
Thank you, sir. That's very good, very, very good to hear. Any additional comments?
The only thing I'll add is that I want to emphasize that we have already been very engaged with TDCJ IT. So Fred Cook is very often in meetings with us, virtual meetings, in-person meetings. He presented to our staff at the statewide professional development that you'll speak more about. And so much so that Tina Clark had to remind me that Fred Cook is not a Windham employee, kind of jokingly. But no, it is a very highly collaborative relationship. He's been on meetings with post-secondary partners, with Windham, and just a shout out to TDCJ. They've got a phenomenal IT team that's working very effectively with ours.
And I don't want to deprive you of the opportunity, Superintendent Hartman, at this point to kind of talk from your perspective of the importance of this broadband access and actually making it work in the classroom, and how that's going to support ongoing programs.
Sure. So as we talk about our teachers, our most valuable asset, as you've mentioned, it's very important not only for the students to have access to what's occurring in our community so that they're well prepared to re-enter and do well in the technical trades and the academics, but our teachers are coming to us many times from public schools, and they're very familiar with the technology. And to step back in time to them is, it can be a retention deal breaker, really. So I think that there are multiple perspectives. We envision having access in the classroom, first of all, for the teachers to utilize resources through secure online connectivity, then eventually for the students to utilize laptops and things of that nature. And that will allow us to serve more students. So think of someone that may be in a setting where we don't have enough seats in the classroom currently, and they can utilize a device that's an appropriate size with appropriate content to continue the education. We had some great takeaways when we visited the state of Ohio in terms of a hybrid model that they utilize in serving additional students and having really very strong instruction. We've talked with tech companies recently and attended a couple of tech events where they've emphasized so strongly how important it is that our students are well prepared to reenter the community. And that also starts with our teachers being well prepared, and myself as well. So professional development as it relates to technology and the support that's afforded. We have a dedicated team. You all met Paul Gathright during the last board meeting, who leads our academic and instructional technology team. So you really shouldn't have asked me, because I could sit here and talk forever about how excited we are about this, but it will be a game changer. We're so appreciative to the legislature for providing us with this funding and recognizing that substantially similar services are necessary for people to be successful and for them to thrive in the Texas workforce.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to open it up to the rest of the board. Other questions? I see Dr.
Yes.
Burrow.
I just wanted to make a statement. Mr. O'Banion, we really appreciate the work that you do. I've been on the board for years, and you do an outstanding job. For those of us that are not accountants, I hate numbers, I'm a man of science, okay? But you make it to where we're able to understand it. I appreciate the personal meetings about the budget, but also the work that y'all put into the book. And I know you're kind of spearheading the team. I appreciate your whole team as well. It's a lot of work. Everyone, the Lord gives us all different gifts. And luckily, we have someone on our team that their gift is mathematics and accounting. We appreciate you. Thank you for the hard work.
Thank you. I've got a great team in Huntsville. I recognize that my finance team and human resources team, and they're fantastic. So they certainly all work very hard to put this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burrow. Other comments, questions?
Comment.
Yes, sir.
Just real quick, and as I mentioned in our meeting the other day, and just for the sake of everybody here today, the budget brochure, the budget book, so readable and so self-explanatory. I just really appreciate that, and then the meeting with you guys, very, very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Sprinkle. Ms. Zucker, do you have a
Yes. I had the opportunity to attend some tech events with the Windham and TDCJ team recently, and I can attest that they're working hand in hand. They've got a whole plan on how we're going to get where we need to go, and we're very grateful to the legislature on both Windham and TDCJ side for funding us in this really important sphere. I think that we're kind of at a crux of where this is really needed, and it's time to integrate this for our students, and I think it will have big change for our agency and for our school district. And so I'm really grateful for being included in that partnership and being brought in to kind of see that side of technology. So thank you to you and your team. And then I also want to say thank you for all the time and effort spent talking to the legislature, because I think getting funding for salaries is a humongous win, and being recognized in the way that we were recognized, even the language and the way that we were written into that bill is really important. For us to be seen in a similar light to a public school district is a huge win for us, and it means that we are really, really bolstering those relationships and making sure that what we do is known on a larger scale. And so thank you for that and for making sure that we're visible.
Thank you, Ms. Zucker. Any other comments? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the Windham School District budget and salary schedule for the 2025-2026 and authorize the superintendent of the Windham School District to make transfers as necessary as authorized by policy.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zucker. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion made by Ms. Zucker, second by Dr. Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. O'Banion. The next item on our agenda is a report from Superintendent Ms. Christina Hartman regarding tracking progress, a focus on Windham performance measures. If you're ready, Superintendent, please begin.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you for the very engaging conversation we had last month during the board meeting when we began the presentation on data and outcomes within the Windham School District. Jamie Sanders will join me again at the podium to help with another presentation. So what we decided based on the questions is that Jamie presented you with a lot of information last time. We have a lot of reporting that's necessary through the district. There are various performance measures. So what we'd like to do over the next few meetings is break this down into smaller chunks and provide additional information as it relates to Windham reporting. So we're going to today take a closer look at our performance measures, which are reported to the Texas Education Agency and then provided to the Legislative Budget Board. These metrics provide a clear picture of how our programs impact student learning and skills development. And as I mentioned last time, we continue to hold our monthly data meetings to closely monitor outcomes. We discuss potential modifications for the future, and we communicate about needs and supports based on the data that we're seeing. So, Ms. Sanders, please proceed with your report.
Good morning, Chairman, board members, Superintendent Hartman. Thank you again for having me here today. So student contact hours within Windham are a critical metric engaging educational engagement across the district. These hours are calculated using the number of full-time teaching positions at an 85% fill rate, assuming 100% attendance and a minimum enrollment threshold in our classes. This formula is used because the district utilizes the minimum enrollment as written in policy, and it helps the district to estimate the volume of direct instructional time delivered to students, ensuring accountability. Another important measure of the academic achievement is the cumulative number of students earning a high school diploma or high school equivalency certificate. This figure is determined from the average number of academic students served in previous school years and the percentage of those students who successfully earned their high school diploma or high school equivalency. By maintaining historical averages, the district can project outcomes and set realistic goals. High school diplomas and high school equivalencies are also measured as a percentage of participants who attempted all 4 components of the GED exam, which results in a high school equivalency certificate. Windham's academic programs encompasses all students currently engaged in non-career and technical education, to include literacy, high school equivalency, high school, and life skills. The number of students served in our academic program reflects full-time projections for our FY 2026 school year, again assuming an 85% fill rate. This calculation helps determine how many individuals are receiving foundational education in literacy, math, life skills, and other subjects. Parallel to this, the district also supports a robust CTE program. The number of students served in our CTE training includes participants enrolled across all of our CTE programs. Similar to the academic figures, CTE enrollment projections are based on FY 2026 at an 85 teaching fill rate. The students receive instruction in high demand, high wage trades and industries, equipping them with job ready skills. Windham also tracks the number of industry-based certifications earned by students throughout their CTE program. We use the average number of certifications obtained in prior years, and the district anticipates approximately one CTE student would earn 1.35 industry-based certifications. These certifications serve as a tangible proof of workforce readiness and are aligned with both the national and state industry standards. In order to evaluate the financial efficiency of our programs, Windham monitors the average cost per contact hour. This figure is calculated by dividing the FY 2026 legislative appropriations requested amount by the estimated number of contact hours targeted for the fiscal year. It provides insight into how effectively resources are being utilized to deliver instruction. Literacy remains a foundational goal of Windham's academic programs. The percent of students who complete a literacy level is measured by dividing the number of year-to-date academic completers by the number of academic participants in FY 2024. This metric highlights progress in closing educational gaps among adult learners. A separate outcome-focused indicator measures the percentage of individuals entering their communities during the year who were served by the district. Using an average from FY 2022 and FY 2023, the FY 2024 data was unavailable at the time. This metric reflects the reach and relevance of the district's programs for the transitioning back to their communities. Windham recently redefined its definition of a CTE course completer. Windham is focused on ensuring that students completing CTE programs have demonstrated all of the skills in the curriculum and appropriate repetition of skills to ensure quality completers. This raises the rigor and value of program outcomes. The completion rate for the FY 2024 year-to-date was used by calculating the number of CTE completers by the total number of CTE participants, giving us a more accurate representation of program success.
So as Jamie mentioned, we are continuously looking at the data and making determinations on how we need to move forward and what kind of supports we need. And she mentioned that we recently, looked again at CTE completers and how do we define that. So I wanted to share with you that after the last board meeting, we also went back and talked about academic completers. And I mentioned that the academic completion, we really weren't seeing such a significant difference in outcomes for someone that completed an academic program unless they had CTE on top of it. So we've been kind of digging into this for a few years, using a new instructional software now, smaller class sizes, et cetera. And we were sitting around the table and we discovered that the way that we're measuring completers needs to be separated. So completers could be someone that makes a 2 grade level gain and you've completed a program, a literacy program, or it could be someone that completes a high school equivalency certificate or diploma. So when you think about if I'm in school and I started about a 2nd grade level and you're not in school and you're at a 4th grade level and I get myself up to 4th grade and then I re-enter, and you never come to school when you're still at 4th grade and you re-enter. Should we expect potentially different outcomes because someone was supportive and kind and encouraging in a classroom? So what we will be doing moving forward is separating the definition of completer and having an actual diploma completer and then having a literacy program level completer. And it was kind of an aha moment for us, and why didn't we think about this earlier? But I'm really interested to see what kind of outcomes we get on our evaluations and reports as we start to do that. And that's something that I want to thank Jamie and her team for really digging into and looking at data and saying, we may have missed something here, and going back and taking a look. So I wanted to provide that as an example and indicate that these conversations that we have with you all really do help us and really do drive us to improve processes. So in conclusion, by analyzing the academic and CTE outcomes along with the efficient use of resources, we're promoting continuous improvement. And as we move forward, we'll continue to look at the data to see where we can improve and where we can support our teachers. And that concludes our report. If there are any questions, we stand by to answer.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Hartman. And I know this was the subject of some good discussion at our last board meeting, so any follow-up questions? I know that a number of the members of the board were curious about this. One thing that that I think would be helpful, since we're talking about this, is to just have you lay out, Superintendent, kind of the breadth and scope of when we're talking about industry-based certifications. Over what span of industry or professions are we talking?
So we are looking at 10 of the career clusters. The career clusters will group different trades that are similar. So for example, anything related to architecture and construction, you'll have your plumbing, your carpentry, things of that nature. Then you'll have your transportation where you have CDL. So we look at those career clusters and we compare them to the employment outlook in the state of Texas and the projections. And when we're looking at that, we have 40 different trades that we're offering in Texas Department of Criminal Justice facilities.
40?
40.
Okay.
40 different. And you all have likely noticed that the governor has launched a new website that has all of the workforce data compiled together, so we can very easily go to that website, click on industry-based certifications, credentials of value, and identify what is working in terms of programs for employment projections and what the recognized industry-based certification is. So a lot of the work that we used to have to dig through on our own is now located in one place very nicely for us. And again, this is an annual review where we're looking at, do we need to stand up a new program because the employment outlook looks good, and we're considering conviction histories as well, or do we need to stand something down because it's no longer viable in the state? So, and we're thankful to all of our CTE teachers that are providing instruction to the students daily, both with Windham and our higher education partners.
And in terms of judging outcomes, kind of give a few words on how these various academic, life skills, and CTE programs are evaluated, both in terms of feedback that's received from participants and also the level of feedback and evaluation that happens with respect to the instructors and how they are reaching that the population that they serve.
Yes, so in terms of student feedback, one of the easiest ways we get that is by going into the classroom. So myself and the directors, we have a plan that Rachel assists us with where we divide up the state and make sure we're going into the classrooms. And we ask the students, what can we do better? You know, is there something that we're missing here? Is there something that's effective? And then with the teachers, we have an annual survey that pushes out to our teachers. And then we have a second annual survey that pushes out to all of our staff. And it asks about professional development needs, recommendations. I'll just use one example, I think, from Telford recently, where I visited a small engine repair program, and they were working on things that, very important, basic level skills, but things that, quite frankly, I would probably go to the store and replace rather than seek out a technician. So this program is now transferring into a marine services technology program. So they'll be working on boats. We find that many of the mechanics that work on boats are now retiring, and there's a shortage in that particular area. So that was conversation with the teacher, asking questions of the students, and coming back, looking at employment outlooks, and something that, you know, we probably would have done anyway on annual review, but we were able to expedite that process. And earlier last week, our CTE administrator came into my office with the new Marine Service Technology book that looks very interesting. So we will be turning out some people that are ready to work in that industry in the near future.
Fantastic. Are you going to get like hands-on opportunities, actually get boats, boat engines, everything else involved in that process?
Yeah, so I'm looking at TDCJ. I think that sounds good to us, much like the automotive programs where people are able to bring in those items for repair. And of course, we're very mindful of the security protocols that align with that. But
Be careful what you project. I think Ambassador Siv is writing down, he wants to go work on some boats.
Yes.
Even there from far away.
We will definitely send him an invitation. He does very well in our CTE classes.
How many certificates does he have?
Oh, I know he's gone into our carpentry classes, and we make sure that the saw stops are on and ready for him when he gets there, and has developed some things. He's gone in our CDL classes. So, you know, when I think about the number of sites, I would say he's probably been into at least 10 where he's done hands-on projects. And I think the horses are coming up at some point,
The
if I
horses,
remember
yeah,
correctly.
we were gonna do the ferrying. Also, I think he can write in Braille now. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. And Judge Johnson, do you also have a question or comment?
Christina, you know I'm excited about this tracking of our students because when I'm out visiting and touring the units, and the teachers don't know that you are tracking, and I was excited when you mentioned that in the conference a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, and remember now we are tracking, so you reminded the teachers that you're tracking. So you know I'm so delighted that you're doing this, and so that we can get a better handle on what are we doing? Are we really impacting the inmates, and then are they then leaving and impacting the world? Because that's always my message to them. You can impact the world, and that's what we want to see you do, impact the world. So thank you for doing this.
Thank you very much. And again, you know, without the feedback from you all on the site visits that you do, some of these items may have been prolonged. So we appreciate that. And Jamie will be back to provide a report also on our biennial evaluation and report. You had a question about employment tracking, and if we could go a little further out. So that will be a board meeting in the future where she will provide that information. So we have not forgotten.
Well, thank you very much. Very good presentation. We appreciate all the work that you're doing to support these excellent programs. Thank you. It's now time for our chairman's report. And so just a few weeks ago, and boy, does time fly because it feels like just yesterday, some of my fellow board members and myself had the opportunity to attend Windham School District's 2025 statewide professional development program. And this program had the title, Pathways to Professional Excellence. This program in Dallas brought over 1,100 Windham employees from across the state together for 3 days. The program was packed full of professional development, resources, and valuable networking. Pastor Sprinkle, Ms. Zeicher, and myself were privileged to share words of encouragement and gratitude to the entire assembled Windham team on behalf of our board. And our key words and thoughts for that morning, and you can correct me, Pastor Sprinkle and Ms. Zeicher, if I get this wrong, were shared mission in changing lives, and also enthusiasm in that mission. And I know several other members of Wyndham's Board of Trustees, including Vice Chair Johnson and Ambassador Siv, were there at the conference over various days to offer their encouragement and to show their engagement in supporting the statewide Wyndham mission. At the outset of the conference, Mr. Brian Collier of TDCJ was also able to talk about the shared goals between TDCJ and Wyndham, and also provided recognition and thanks and encouragement to Wyndham educators and staff for all that they do in the support of TDCJ and its mission. Superintendent Hartman followed with key updates, including district outcomes, highlights from the 89th Texas Legislative Session, and important information on student accommodations, and more. The superintendent's remarks set the stage for a powerful testimony, and I see his picture up here on the screen, from Wyndham alumnus Mr. Keedrain Brewster. Mr. Brewster shared his inspiring journey from incarceration to becoming a successful motivational speaker and entrepreneur. I can speak for myself and those in the audience that Mr. Brewster's story energized that audience and laid the groundwork and a compelling start to the three-day professional development event. The event then continued with an energizing general session titled The Blueprint, Bold Action, Smart Agility, which was delivered by nationally recognized speaker and Chief Executive Officer of the Bold Direction, Ms. Charlotte Stallings. Ms. Stallings challenged Wyndham staff to engage in what she calls purposeful momentum, encouraging them to not only navigate change, but to lead that change. The professional development program also built in 6 breakout session opportunities across 2 days, offering a wide range of universally relevant topics. The agenda allowed staff to choose sessions that interested them, each featuring unique insights and perspectives from outstanding speakers. The overall topics for these breakout sessions were chosen as a result of direct staff feedback, talking again about the feedback, direct staff feedback based on their needs both in and out of the classroom. As an example, there was an information technology session led by Mr. Cesar Trevino, Information Technology Administrator, Mr. Paul Gathright, Wyndham's Academic and Instructional Technology Administrator, and Mr. Fred Cook, TDCJ's Chief Technology Officer and Information Technology Division Director. The panel showcased the district's latest tech initiatives, from enhanced digital tools to updated policies on connectivity and data privacy. This panel emphasized how innovation and responsible tech use within the correctional environment are transforming instruction and improving student outcomes across the district in collaboration, as we talked about earlier, with TDCJ. Staff also had the opportunity to attend a breakout on the Rachel's Challenge program with Ms. Christy Krings, Rachel Challenge's CEO. Ms. Krings shared powerful strategies to create safer, more empathetic school environments inspired by the legacy of Rachel Joy Scott, a victim of the Columbine tragedy. This session focused on addressing bullying and mental health challenges through connection, compassion, and intentional acts of kindness. The district has received extremely positive feedback on this session, and in fact, as I understand it, Superintendent plans on launching 2 pilots for Rachel's Challenge-inspired programs in the next school year. The session titled Be the 1 in 15, The Importance of Mental Health First Aid Training, led by Ms. Allison Boudreau and Ms. Amy Sanders of the Gulf Coast Center, emphasized the importance of mental health first aid for educators, teaching session participants to recognize signs of mental distress and how to offer initial support to the students in their classrooms. All of Windham's career and technical education instructors teaching courses with the National Center for Construction Education and Research curriculum attended the Hammer Math session presented by Mr. Perry Wilson, founder and president of If I Had a Hammer, Inc., and Ms. Jennifer Wilkerson, the NCCER Vice President of Innovation and Advancement. This program, tailored to describe a real-world approach to teaching math within a CTE context, gave instructors creative tools to make the subject more relevant and retainable for students within industry trades. This breakout also received very strong feedback, and as I understand it, was a favorite not only of our CTE teachers, but also of our Windham Chief Financial Officer, Robert O'Banion, who just spoke to us earlier. And why wouldn't it be, Mr. O'Banion? Because it's math. All academic, special education, and high school teachers attended a breakout led by Ms. Connette Cohen, Inclusive Practices Specialist, and Ms. Amberly Walker, Coordinator for Federal Programs for Education Service Center, Region 12. The pair of the presenters delivered an interactive session titled Bridging Voices, Integrating Language Supports and Inclusive Practices for Diverse Classrooms, equipped for Windham teachers, that introduced innovative English as a second language teaching practices through tools such as universal design for learning and culturally responsive techniques. The Pathways to Post-Secondary breakout session, led by Ms. Ashley Kuntz, College and Career Readiness Administrator, and Mr. Mark Lewis, Post-Secondary Education Evaluation Coordinator, detailed how Windham partners with TDCJ and higher ed institutions to expand post-secondary access to students. This session covered program development, campus support roles, and strategies to boost enrollment and awareness of these programs among the TDCJ population. I also had the chance to see a very good TDCJ stakeholder panel, which featured, among others, our Inspector General Lance Coleman, TDCJ's Chief of Programs, Mr. Jason Clark, and directors representing the TDCJ divisions of Rehabilitation and Reentry, Correctional Institutions, Classification and Transportation, Manufacturing, Agribusiness and Logistics, Facilities, and Parole. Each of these TDCJ representatives shared updates on initiatives and fielded questions submitted by Windham staff in advance of the conference. The panel reinforced the ongoing collaboration between TDCJ and Windham, promoting open dialogue and shared commitment to student success. The attendees also, and I learned, several fun facts about each panelist during that discussion. And I know all of us learned some things about these TDCJ leaders and their commitment to the programs they help to oversee. I mentioned this to Mr. Patrick. I wish I was there to see this. We're going to have a one-on-one on this particular breakout, as you can expect, Ms. Zeicher. But our TDCJ's Office of the Independent Ombudsman Director, Mr. Brian Patrick, delivered a presentation entitled Verbal Judo. This engaging session taught staff how to de-escalate conflicts in human verbal and written interactions, and oh boy, is that ever needed nowadays, right? Using empathy and forms of intentional communication. Mr. Patrick showcased how this concept of verbal judo helps educators remain calm and in control, promoting respectful and meaningful interactions. Ms. Tiffany Johnson, Executive Director of Victoria College, led a high-energy workshop on reducing negativity in the workplace and building stronger teams, entitled Positive Teams, Powerful Results, Combating Negativity and Building a Drama-Free Workplace. Through practical exercises and mindset shifts, Session attendees learned to enhance professionalism, resolve conflict, and foster a positive and productive environment that helps reduce the drama in the workplace and maybe just keep the drama to the reality TV shows. How about that? The Getting Smart About Money breakout session, led by Ms. Stallings, was a financial wellness seminar tailored just for educators, offering them advice on budgeting, savings, and debt management. Mr. Gary McGuey of Franklin Covey Education encouraged self-reflection and a commitment to continuous growth through his session, which was entitled The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Regional and campus principals also attended his second session entitled 4 Essential Roles of Leadership, which emphasized that as the world evolves and as we engage with a younger generation, right, Superintendent? Leaders must keep laying the foundation for extraordinary results by consciously leading themselves and their teams with intentional alignment. And there's more. In the interactive Mastering Communication for Workplace Success session, Ms. Catherine Netter, Professional Development Center Specialist at the Texas Center for the Advancement of Literacy and Learning, utilized the U.S. Department of Labor's Skills to Pay the Bills curriculum to emphasize how strong communication enhances professional relationships, minimizes misunderstandings, and boosts workplace efficiency. And then lastly, Dr. Suzanne Newell, Chief Education Strategist for GTS Technology Solutions, led a forward-focused breakout on generative artificial intelligence, guiding attendees through its basic concepts, safe classroom applications, and future workforce development. Staff learned how to speak the language of generative AI and explore its responsible use in education. And so the conference came with a close on a final day with a general session and special recognition ceremony honoring Windham staff through annual service awards, celebrating years of dedicated service and excellence across campuses and departments. One of the day's and conference's most moving moments came during the alumni panel, during which 4 Windham alumni shared their personal second chance journeys, answering questions and offering heartfelt testimonials about how Windham's programs help shape their individual pathways to success. The stories of these Windham alumni underscored the life-changing potential of education and the lasting impact of our dedicated educators across the district. And then the event concluded with a keynote from Chef Jeff Henderson, whose inspiring journey from incarceration to becoming an award-winning chef and best-selling author challenged attendees to reflect on their own purpose and the role they play in unlocking human potential. Chef Henderson's message, and by the way, did everyone say yes, Chef, when he was talking? Okay. Of resilience, redemption, and reinvention connected with our Windham staff who are working to live those principles every day of their work lives. From the board's perspective, Windham's 2025 statewide professional development event served as a recharge to the passion and purpose that drives the district's mission. Follow-up items and priorities over the next year that came from the conference, including developing an AI policy, which I know will be in the works, and securing training for staff and students. As I said earlier, piloting the Rachel's Challenge curriculum and increasing opportunities for Windham alumni to engage with current students, and also reviewing, importantly, as the superintendent said earlier, reviewing staff feedback from the conference survey to promote continued meaningful and effective professional development. Over the course of these 3 days, staff from every corner of the district came together to learn, grow, and reconnect with a deeper meaning behind their work. As a board, we were very happy to support this opportunity for Wyndham team building and continuing education and support. We know that Wyndham has a great team, and this is the type of event that will help team members know that they are an important part of a network that extends across our great state and is producing change in the lives of our incarcerated populations. And we know that this change benefits not only Wyndham students, but all Texans, including, most importantly, in public safety. We also know that this summer conference will be a great kickstart to the 2025-2026 school year ahead. And so from the board, thank you, Superintendent Hartman, and all those at Wyndham who made this conference go from a dream to a reality. And so with that, I will turn it over to the superintendent to give her thoughts on the conference and its importance in terms of achieving the Wyndham mission.
Sure. So first of all, thank you to the board again for permitting us to commit funds a year ago to plan this professional development event. It was highly successful. We've received great feedback already from educators. We had people approach us and say, you know, I didn't want to come to this, and I'm so glad that I did. The sessions were all phenomenal from what I heard. I'd like to, particularly since we're in this audience, thank the TDCJ panel for their insightful comments and information. And although we did take questions from the audience in advance, at one point we did open it up to the audience, and they were great at answering questions, just right at spur of the moment questions. As we discussed earlier with technology, you saw that Deputy Director Fred Cook was on a panel as well with our IT team. So it really, from our perspective, couldn't have gone better. I think this was a great investment in our team. It's a great retention tool, and it's something that certainly we cannot do every year, but very appreciative to everyone that participated. You know, particularly our executive assistant, Rachel Taylor, is here, who did a lot of legwork to make this happen, along with our communications team. So it's one of those things where I think once we receive the survey results, we'd love to come back and provide you with some more information on the feedback that we received from staff. But what I saw was an increased camaraderie. I saw a lot of smiles, a lot of exchanging of ideas, networking, sharing techniques that work in different classrooms, sharing leadership tools between principals. So in addition to the sessions that you mentioned, the networking was really invaluable for the team, and very pleased that we're coming into the new school year. Everyone seems to be re-energized and ready to work hard with the students and work for our Texas communities. So thanks again for allowing us to make this possible.
Well, thank you, and I'll open up to the board. Any other questions or comments? And I really appreciate the fact that we had our board members there, visible, not just present, but actually engaged in this conference as well. If there are no further comments on that, I again thank all of you for coming here today. The next meeting of the Wyndham School District Board of Trustees will take place on October 16th and 17th, 2025 in El Paso, Texas. There being no further business, the 349th meeting of the Wyndham School District Board of Trustees is now adjourned. It is 9:58 a.m. And if you all would just stay in place, we're going to pick up with the start of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice order of business at 10 a.m. The 242nd meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the board present for this meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Vice Chair Faith Johnson, Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow, Judge Molly Francis, General Bill Welch, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, Sidney Zeiker, Tom Fordyce, and joining us by Zoom, Ambassador Sishan Siv. A quorum of the board is present, and the meeting is now declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 10:01 a.m. The board will now go into recess to conduct an executive session, which will be closed to the public in accordance with the Texas Government Code, Section 551.074. Executive session will be conducted at the ATX boardroom here at the Cambria Hotel. And we, just for everyone's information, we will reconvene an open session at 1 p.m. today. So with that, the 242nd meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is now in recess. It is 10:02 a.m. Thank you. The 242nd meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is reconvened in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. It is 1:12 p.m. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the board present for the resumption of the meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Vice Chair Faith Johnson, Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow, Judge Molly Francis, General Bill Welch, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, Sidney Zeiker, Tom Fordyce, and joining us by Zoom, Ambassador Sishan Siv. I think we have Ambassador Siv. I see him over there. He's on the screen. This meeting, a quorum of the board is present, and the meeting is declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 1:13 p.m. I would now ask our board member, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, to introduce Travis County State Jail Chaplain Jeremy Koch to offer, is it Koch or Cook? Cook, Jeremy Cook, to offer a word of prayer as we start our meeting. Thank you. Pastor Sprinkle, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. Before we begin with a word of prayer, I would like to introduce TDCJ Travis County State Jail Chaplain Jeremy Cook. Chaplain Cook was born and raised in Huntsville, Texas. Although Chaplain Cook served time in TDCJ, it did not stop him from recognizing his call to serve God. Since 2008, he has faithfully been serving in the ministry God has called him into, and that has been for over 17 years. His personal mission is to help others excel. And now, since May 2025, Mr. Cook has had the privilege of serving the Lord and others in Texas Department of Criminal Justice as a chaplain. And we're grateful to have you here this morning, this afternoon now. But with that being said, Chaplain Cook, would you do us the honor of opening our meeting with a word of prayer?
Heavenly Father, we just come to you now, Lord, giving you the utmost thanks. Many did not wake up this morning, but, oh God, you saw fit that we did. God, I ask for a special prayer for the leaders of this great state of Texas, that you continue to lead, guide, and direct them as they make decisions that will influence posterity to come. God, I ask a special prayer this afternoon for this board as they continue to lead this great agency. As they continue to make decisions, Lord, I ask you to touch their head with wisdom and crown them with and anoint them with the wisdom of Solomon, oh God. Lord, I ask for prayer for the administrators of this agency who lead the chaplaincy department, who lead the volunteer services department. God, I ask for a prayer for all of the people who run these units on a daily basis, whose boots are on the ground, who are there in the trenches day after day, oh God, showing up, fighting the good fight. You said he that is in us is greater than he that is in the world. Lord, we just want you to know that we give you all the honor and all the praise. As all of these chaplains in every unit across this agency and across the state of Texas continue to step through those gates on a daily basis and work toward the TDCJ mission of providing public safety. And Lord, as they continue to promote positive change in inmate behavior and reintegrate inmates back into society, Lord, you said that if we rest in your secret place, we shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. And now, God, as this meeting continues, I ask that you be glorified, Satan be horrified, and the saints of God be edified. And all of God's people said, Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain.
Chaplain, don't leave yet, Chaplain. No, please. Because I've walked with a number of your colleagues, as I know other board members have, and walked the housing areas and chow halls and rec areas and day rooms with some of your colleagues. You and I haven't walked yet, but I'm inspired by your words to walk with you. So tell the whole audience where your mission right now is calling you, what units you're working, what your specific mission is.
Well, as stated, 17 years as a volunteer ended, but the mission continued now as a TDCJ employee. And now that I'm on this unit, my goal is to create the kind of community. And you can't have community without unity. And with that unity, I'm trying to create a culture that whenever men come on to that unit from the diagnostic unit, the holiday unit, and whenever they come from county jail and they bring things that they're not supposed to have, that I want the culture on my unit and every unit across this state to say, no, sir, we don't do that here, and shut that down. Create a culture of accountability that the inmates themselves are standing firm, not only on their faith, but this 2030 vision to reduce the recidivism that we are trying to preach and teach here at this agency. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm a part of this change. I wanna make an impact. I wanna make history. And to my knowledge, according to Carter, I am the first ex-offender to hold the job as chaplain. And at some point in this journey, this is just the beginning. Like Zig Ziglar says, I'll see you at the top because I'm moving up. This is only the beginning. I want to be able to sit behind a desk one day and be able to impact policy that will continue to help people come behind me. That's my goal. And it starts at the Travis State Jail.
Yes, sir. And so the people assembled, whether they're people of faith, faith tradition, no faith tradition, that are assembled here today, they say together to what you just said, they say, amen.
Amen.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
As a courtesy to speakers and guests in the meeting, please turn your electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. Thank you. As we did earlier at the Windham School District meeting, we recognize the public officials and our staff representatives with us here today and also online. I know that I have visited with earlier today, and I think he's still here, Mr. Mike Ward from our Texas Senate Committee on Criminal Justice. Mr. Ward has been actively involved in following not just criminal justice issues generally, but also walking the walk, walking our units, talking to our personnel, and is a well-recognized expert in the field of criminal justice in our state. So to you, Mr. Ward, and all our other representatives and Mr. Ward, I think, are you still here, sir? You want to raise your hand? Yes, and I believe you also have another member of staff with you here today. Would you please introduce her? Well, we appreciate all the work that you all do, and we appreciate all of our public officials and representatives who are involved in TDCJ and the Board of Criminal Justice, and all those who may be watching online. And we welcome everyone to this meeting. This is a public comment meeting as well, so we welcome everyone to this meeting, whether you're here in person and have made the effort to be here, or whether you are attending online. And in fact, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics, as well as public comments on issues within its jurisdiction, as provided in Board Rule 151.4. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. On posted agenda topics, 24 speaker registration cards were received by board staff prior to that deadline. These registered speakers will be heard as the agenda topics are presented and prior to the board taking action on that topic. If the individual is not present when called upon, she or he will not have the opportunities to speak on the topic on which she or he registered. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes to make her or his presentation on a particular agenda item. A red light on the timer in front of me right here to my left will notify us all after 3 minutes. We are all here to share and discuss information on matters of importance to the state and to our communities in a professional and respectful way. Signs, placards, or other objects of a similar nature that can disrupt proceedings are not allowed as part of that professional and respectful exchange of ideas and information at our meetings. I appreciate in advance the cooperation of all of our visitors and speakers and everyone present in preserving order and decorum in the meeting today. In a situation that I do not anticipate happening, of a presenter or a spectator being disruptive, that person may be asked to immediately cease that conduct or to leave the meeting. So with that, we will begin our regular session. And as we often do, we are going to start with recognitions of our valued staff. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice recognizes TDCJ employees who have dedicated 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, and 50 years of service to the state of Texas. These individuals represent the strong commitment of this agency's staff system-wide. Our board, and I know I speak for Executive Director Brian Collier sitting here to my left, express our deepest gratitude for their continued service. So hang with me on these numbers. During the months of July and August 2025, 46 employees attained 25 years of service. 45 employees attained 30 years of service. 17 employees attained 35 years of service. 11 employees attained 40 years of service. 1 employee attained 45 years of service, and 1 employee attained 50 years of service. So before I even finish, can we just please give all of these valued employees a round of applause? And we are displaying the list of these valued employees now for those in attendance to read, and these names of these valued employees will also be submitted for inclusion in the official minutes of this board meeting. And so all of the employees out there that I get to meet out in the field will always tell you, I always warn people, hey, I ask them how long they've been with TDCJ, and I say, hey, you're coming up on my list here pretty quick. So they get fair warning of this. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice congratulates each of these employees and thanks you for your unwavering loyalty and dedication to the citizens of Texas. As a further symbol of our appreciation, each of you will receive a board certificate along with a personal letter of gratitude. The next agenda item covers consent items, which are listed in the board's posted agenda. For excused absences, we will include an excused absence for Ambassador Sishan Siv from the June 26, 2025 meeting. Are there any amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items? Hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. And now, board, I am going to make a motion. We have a judge who's traveled literally across the state to be with us here today to present a report from the Judicial Advisory Council. So I would move to table item C on our agenda, which is public comments, until after item D, which is a report from the Judicial Advisory Council. So I have made a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion made by the chair. I have a second from Pastor Sprinkle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. So at this point, item C is tabled, and we are going to hear from Judge Rebecca Palomo. Judge Palomo? And Judge Palomo is reporting to us on the activities of the Judicial Advisory Council. Welcome, Judge Palomo. We appreciate your patience with us and for literally traveling across the state to be with us here today.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, members of the board, Director Collier, members of the audience. It is my pleasure to be before you again, presenting on behalf of the Judicial Advisory Council and our Chairwoman, District Court Judge Rose Reyna. As co-chair of the Judicial Advisory Council, it is my honor to be presenting on behalf of the JAC to this board. The JAC is very pleased with a successful 89th legislative session. On behalf of the JAC, I would like to thank this board and Executive Director Collier for the support of community supervision funding initiatives that were secured this legislative session. As a result of this support, approximately $128.3 million in additional funding was secured for Community Supervision and Correction Departments, CSCDs, for the FY 2026-27 biennium. $128.3 million. This includes salary increases for probation officers, funding to maintain quality treatment programming, and grants to expand pretrial diversion across the state. In addition to CSCD funding, an increase of $925,000 was provided by the legislature for battering intervention and prevention programs. These programs serve CSCDs, parole clients, and other agencies to provide critical services that aim to prevent future incidents of intimate partner violence. Also, as previously reported, our probation population has been increasing. The legislator allocated an additional $35.2 million to address this increase. This funding will significantly enhance CSCD's ability to promote public safety and to deter justice-involved individuals. The legislature also biennialized previous FY 24-25 salary increases with an additional $21.7 million. These salary increases will support staff retention and improve the overall effectiveness of supervision. At the April JAC meeting, Mr. Ron Hudson, TDCJ Facilities Division Director, and Mr. Eric Guerrero, TDCJ Correctional Division's Institutions Division's Director, provided the council with an update on prison, air conditioning, and staffing command initiatives. Both were very knowledgeable and informative, and the JAC is very much appreciates the high degree of professionalism with which they presented TDCJ. At the most recent JAC meeting held in July, Ms. Rachel White, TDCJ Chief of Staff, presented on the virtual court program. The information shared offered valuable insight into the agency's strategies to help reduce the number of individuals transported from the substance abuse felony punishment facility and intermediate sanction facility units to counties on bench warrants, decreasing an eruption of treatment services. Rehabilitation and Reentry Division Director, Ms. April Zamora, provided an update on the SafeP continuum of care, highlighting recent recommendations for improvements and implementation of new programming and curricula under the direction of the Rehabilitation and Reentry Division. Ms. Zamora reported she will be working with the Community Justice Assistance Division Director, Ms. Carrie Green, on a focus group with parole providers and will include CSCD directors. The JAC would like to express appreciation for the thoughtful solutions presented, and we look forward to receiving updates on the progress of these initiatives. The JAC stands ready to assist the Texas Board of Criminal Justice and this agency in any way that we can. We look forward to continuing collaboration to ensure that Texas probation system remains innovative, continues to attract and retain highly skilled staff, and maintains a high level of service to those it serves. I remain to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Judge Palomo, for your comprehensive report. And I don't know if you were here earlier when we did the Windham School District report, but whenever we talk about budget and state priorities and everything else, you know, it's important for all of us to recognize those who really make the decisions in terms of the budget. And so, so first of all, I want to make sure, I didn't realize before that we also have present with us Shakira Pumphrey, I believe, is here from the Speaker Bureau, and also Megan Moeller, who was here earlier, but I believe is also here from the Lieutenant Governor's office. And the reason why I call them out is obvious to you and me, Judge, yes. Which is that that the recognition at the state level, state leadership, our governor, lieutenant governor, speaker, the Senate and the House and the members, I can assure you, and I know I'm telling you what you already know, but I can assure you that consistently the state legislature and state leadership recognizes the value and importance of community supervision and correction departments and the programs they represent. And for those of you who may be here, may not be familiar with all these terms, the CSCDs, and I'll let the judge tell it much better than me, they have taken over a suite of local criminal justice services that includes what used to be known as probation.
Right.
And so the vital importance of the CSCDs in not only administering and supervising what used to be called the probation programs, but also, to your point, all these other great programs, the work that's being done on criminal justice diversion at the local level, state leadership recognizes that, and it's no coincidence that this level of funding exists, because that is exactly how it's recognized at the state level. So we give you our thanks back on behalf of the state, because without the good work that the JAC is doing to help coordinate the work of all of these local CSCDs, we don't have this. And so I appreciate you pointing out all of the presentations that our valued leadership here at TDCJ gave you, but we give you our thanks back. And we thank state leadership and the state legislature for making sure that we are putting taxpayer resources in the right places, in the places that matter, the places that make a difference. So with that, I know that Judge Francis is going to want to say something, because there was mention of the virtual court program. So Judge Francis?
If I'd known you were gonna call on me. I really had a little tiny bit of gum. Yes, we are, I know you know, because some of this is in your part of the great country of Texas, but we have been trying to make our TDCJ population much more accessible to the courts, to prevent transportation just for one agreed plea that could have happened in 5 minutes, a possible hearing on a capital murder motion regarding like missed photographs or whatever. Instead of bringing that person from El Paso for a short hearing to sit in the county jail for 30 days while everything is processed, to be driven back to El Paso, we're able to do this virtually now. And every single prison unit has the sufficient bandwidth, the sufficient electronic equipment that allows a personal view, a Zoom view of the defendant. I'm going to say defendant because that's our lingo, but defendant, the ability to go into a breakout so that individual can talk to their attorney, come back, enter a plea of guilty, or handle a hearing or whatever that prevents that person ever from leaving the prison unit. I just did one in the last week that went off without a glitch. I don't even use up all of my Zoom minutes now, so I don't have to worry about it clicking off on, because everybody's got everything down. But that should be something that we broadcast throughout all of our district courts in the state of Texas, because it's going to save a whole lot of time and energy, save money, reduce the risk of possible transportation problems or escapes or issues involving transport back and forth. So it's a great deal. We're trying to work with judges to get that used more often.
I've definitely shared that, the virtual system now with the judges back home, and obviously the judges on the Judicial Advisory Council have not now learned about it. I think maybe we can, I don't know if we can maybe share with OCA to so that all the judges across Texas can not only know that it exists and that we have this as an option, but encourage them to use it, because I think research shows not only is the transportation and the risk of whatever can happen is more costly, but research shows that interruption of services is taking a step backwards.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I was just going to make the point also that, you know, there are rules that require in-person appearance in court absent consent. And so, as I understand it, many of these virtual court appearances are done with, to your point, Judge, with the consent of the individual member of the population, in part because of that interruption of services issues. So in other words, if you are actively trying to improve your life in the system, you're going to class, you're getting programming, you have to be thoughtful about whether you want to have to Judge Francis' point, a 30-day interruption in that when you're sitting in a county lockup
minimum
somewhere.
30, it can even be longer.
And usually those hearings, and I've had them too, Judge, where that hearing can be just a reschedule of a date because there still needs more discovery. And so we pull this individual out of wherever they are receiving services, we pull them out, we bring them to the county jail for a hearing that may take less than an hour. But it takes days and resources and cost, and then the big risk that we know is the most costly. But if I may, Chairman Nichols, very quickly, I'd like to comment on some of the comments that you made. Is if you don't know, my background is before coming to the bench, I was a former state prosecutor. That's how I started my legal career. And after serving for 8 years, do we want to address that?
Maybe just whoever's got the phone working, if we could just turn that off, thanks. Okay, go ahead,
Speaking
please.
of interruptions, right? I just wanted to share with you very quickly that before coming to the bench, I began my legal career as a young prosecutor. And during that time, our options as prosecutors were completely limited.
Judge Paloma's about to send you a baby.
I'm gonna summon someone over here.
Can we just, yeah.
Oh, it's a hotel alarm.
Oh.
How are you, Eric? No problem.
Go ahead, please.
May I? Okay.
Yes.
So, if you were not aware, before I came to the bench, I started my legal career as a young prosecutor. When I was a prosecutor, we had limited options. It was either prison or just straight probation without resources. It was difficult to divert some individuals from prison, at least from a prosecutorial perspective. Since then, I served as the director of the Adult Probation Department for 6 years in Webb County, and during that time, not only did I learn so much about the population we serve, but since then, the legislature has recognized the need and the effectiveness of funding diversions from prisons and creating programs in different communities across the state. So it's good to be part of the Texas criminal justice system at this time. And so I congratulate all of the work that you all do, Director Collier, to making sure that the progress continues.
That's fantastic. And that's the other thing that is inherent in what you said, is that there is a growing recognition that we all see across the state, and it's across the political spectrum, it's in the business community, it's in everywhere. There is a recognition that a single felony conviction, even a felony conviction, even if it gets to that, in and of itself should not be a disqualifying factor from someone who is willing to step forward and rehabilitate and re-enter and be a productive member of society. So, but from the department's perspective, I know I speak for Mr. Collier also, if in a responsible way, consistent with public safety, there are local programs that provide the appropriate supervision or sanction or whatever that local process is, that reduces the total amount of population in TDCJ, we are here to support those responsible and well-run programs. So again, thank you for spotlighting that. Any other questions or thoughts from any other members of the board? If not, thank you so much, Judge Paloma, and I apologize again for having you wait to do this afternoon.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. Thank you, members of the board, and happy retirement, Mr. Collier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
All right. Well, I didn't know members of the public are going to realize that they were going to have a little serenade that was accompanying their comments. So if you do hear a little polite music, I think I'm being advised that is music from the hotel. Is that what I'm hearing now? Or we're getting that under control? Okay. So we are now, we tabled item C, but we're moving back to item C. And this is the public comment period of our meeting. And for public comments on issues within the jurisdiction of the board, but that are not posted on the agenda, 24 registration cards were received by board staff prior to the established deadline. Today's comment time is set at 3 minutes per individual. A red light, as I said earlier, on the timer in front of me will notify each presenter when his or her time has expired. We ask that during this comment period, each speaker's comments remain pertinent to issues under the jurisdiction of the board. Again, I do not anticipate a situation in which speakers deviate from matters within the board's jurisdiction, but if that happens, I may interrupt and remind the speaker to focus on such topics. I also do not anticipate a situation in which continued deviation will result in disruptive conduct. Finally, as I said earlier, because one of our core principles of every meeting that we have is to treat others with respect, I do not anticipate a situation in which a presenter or spectator becomes disruptive, leading to a situation in which that person will be asked to immediately cease or leave the meeting, or if necessary, be escorted out. If a individual registered to speak is not present when first called upon, his or her name will be called once more following any other registered speakers. If he or she is not present at that point, he or she will forfeit his or her opportunity to speak. Board members and agency staff may ask questions of any of our speakers for clarification purposes only. However, a discussion by the board of a topic that is not posted on the board's agenda cannot take place due to the statutory requirements of the Texas Open Meetings Act. So with that, before we start, again, I want to thank each and every member of the public who has taken time out of her or his life to be with us here today. This is a very important part of our board process. We want to hear from members of the public on matters within our jurisdiction. We value your opinions, and so this is part of our process to which I and other board members look forward whenever we have one of these public comment meetings. So our first registered speaker is Jennifer Toon, representing Lioness. Good afternoon. We appreciate you being with us here again today. So it's good. It's good to see you. And whenever our folks are ready, we'll let you get started.
All right. Good afternoon. I was hoping the music would play while I walked up, but maybe some other time. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet with you again. My name is Jennifer. I am the Executive Director of Lioness Justice Impact and Women's Alliance. We represent current and formerly incarcerated women and gender-expansive people in Texas. I want to also say that you should be receiving through email our kind of priority list of issues that we hope to present to you today. We only have limited time, so I hope that information can help you with your research. So I do want to mention real quickly, last time I was here, I mentioned a problem at the Carroll Young unit about a strip search area. I believe it was the F4 gate, where women with disabilities and elderly women were not able to access that area very well, having a lot of problem being able to complete the strip search requirement because of the area itself. We have not heard if that has changed, and we also actually received information from some women there that no longer wanted to talk to us about it, which was a little concerning too. So I would like to bring that up again, kind of as a segue also into the broader topic of strip searching. Women represent the smallest population in TDCJ, and we also represent the lowest risk. And so we encourage the board to help TDCJ, and I've talked to TDCJ today to hear that they are willing and open to figuring out how to limit the use of strip searches overall, but especially for women. Women, including from personal lived experience, will refuse programming or medical treatment to avoid being stripped. There is something about that process that feels very outdated, and if you speak to any of our members, they'll let you know if it's to find contraband, it hasn't been the most effective way in our lived experience to be able to locate dangerous contraband, which we could talk later about contraband in men's facility versus women's. So looking for ways to limit that so that it encourages women to continue to participate in programming and to access their medical care. So we have other folks coming up to talk about some other issues, but We appreciate the board and TDCJ willing to listen to not only our concerns and our members' concerns, but solutions that we believe could actually help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And always appreciate your thoughtful comments. Thank
Sure.
you for being here.
Thank you.
I have one quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe that that problem is still there, or you think it's changed? Because you said that one person did not want to speak to you
Yes, ma'am.
anymore? You didn't have anybody else that you could talk to?
So we tried to reach out to a couple of other members that are at the Carroll Young facility, and just by the information that they're sharing with us, it's still kind of hard to piece out exactly what they're trying to tell us. So I'm not sure why they're not being as transparent as they once were about if that's still going on, but from what we can tell, it has not been resolved or fixed in the way that those women who are in wheelchairs and with other disabilities feel like they can easily comply with the strip searching.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you again for
Thank
your
you.
time. Really appreciate it. Our next speaker is Danielle Allen. Ms. Allen? Oh, no. Hi, Miss Allen. We very much appreciate you being here with us. And take your time, get yourself situated, and
I'm
whatever.
short.
No, you're good. We can move. Yeah, Mr. Guerrero can move that down for you also.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Allen. I'm here on behalf of the prison show. I want to raise several serious concerns that continue to come up across multiple units. First, the quality of food. Well, there is no quality. In the past few months, I've received reports from people in different prisons, people who don't know one another, yet they describe the same exact meal. A small box of Frosted Flakes and an 8-ounce styrofoam cup filled right here with cold rice. No milk. And this is at several units, not just one. Stiles, Polunsky, Ellis, Estelle, so it goes across the board. That is not a meal. Can y'all imagine being served that? I mean, that little bit of rice with some Frosted Flakes, no milk, for breakfast. Second, commissary. If the meals being served are this poor, which they are, why aren't better commissary options available? Yes, I know not everyone has money for commissary, which is why improving the base meals must be the first priority. But for those who can, they should at least have real food choices, like sandwiches, salads, basic nutrition. And let's talk about the vending machines. At units like Stiles, Ellis, Estelle, and Wynn, they are broken more often than they work. Families drive long distances, wait in line, go through searches, then walk out unable to share even a cold drink or a simple small meal with their loved ones. This isn't a minor inconvenience. It shows a lack of care for both the incarcerated and their families. The board must hold vendors accountable or replace them altogether. Every unit should be required to provide nutritious vending options. Salads, sandwiches, milk, and other basic items, not just chips and soda. Next, step 2, grievances. I keep hearing the same thing from across the state. Step 2s are disappearing. Stiles is one of the worst offenders. This undermines the grievance process entirely. If grievances are being thrown out or ignored, that is not a process. It's a dead end. What is being done to stop this? Another issue, graduations from the life skills program. Some units allow family and friends to attend, others do not. I've been told it's the discretion of the warden. At Wynn, there's a life skills graduation scheduled for September 3rd, but no visitors are allowed. Completing that program is a major achievement. It should be recognized and celebrated. Finally, Eric Williams on Texas death row is being denied access to a tablet, and not a single explanation has been provided to him or his family. Why is he being singled out? What rule is being applied here? And why is it only being applied to him? None of these issues are minor. They speak to fairness, accountability, and basic human dignity. Families, advocates, and incarcerated people see these failures clearly, and they will keep raising their voices until there are solutions. I urge you to act on these, not just acknowledge these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Appreciate you being here, really do.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Tanika Crawford. Ms. Crawford? Welcome. Yeah, you may need to adjust that a little bit, but whenever you're ready, you can get started. And just, if you hit that, so you hit the pad again, it'll turn back on. Whenever you're ready, ma'am, you can start.
First of all, I would like to say good afternoon to the distinguished members of the board. My name is Tanika Crawford, and I'm here to represent and speak on behalf of my husband, Sterling Crawford, TDCJ number 1199196, who has been incarcerated for over 21 years, and he is continuing to be denied parole for the same reason, which is the nature of offense, which is a factor that will never change, despite his decades of rehabilitation and his positive contributions. Since his incarceration, Sterling has committed himself fully to personal growth and transformation. In those 21 years, he has had only one disciplinary, which was within the first year. He has consistently worked for the chaplain's office, for officers in rank. He has been helping fellow offenders along with their rehabilitation journeys. His dedication to education has been furthered, reflecting his academic achievement. He has earned a bachelor's in biblical studies, graduating magna cum laude, demonstrating his commitment to learning, reflection, and service. Importantly, through 3 parole denials, Sterling has earned the support of 3 judges from the county that he was convicted in: Judge William McAdams, who is now deceased, Judge Hal Ridley, and Judge Danny Pierce, all attesting to his rehabilitation and readiness to re-enter society, and has a job waiting for him as soon as he get out. From January 2024 to June 2024, there was 1,733 3G violations or violent offenders released on the first review, yet my husband is still there. What am I missing as far as for the big picture here? Where's the problem? I respectfully ask that you seriously look at the way that you all plan and manage your parole. I also used to work for TDCJ, and if you all are willing to speak with me on fixing this parole problem, I would be more than happy to speak with you. Thank you.
Ms. Crawford, thank you so much for your comments. Very well delivered. The care that you have for your loved one incarcerated in TDCJ is evident to everybody in this room and everybody that's watching. So for you to step forward and do this for your loved one is a great credit to you. As you know, the Board of Pardons and Paroles is a board that makes determinations with respect to parole, but I'm not suggesting you're at the wrong place, because you're at the right place, because you're saying what you believe in your heart, and what you've said is of record. And believe me, even though you're presenting it to our board, what you said is going to get presented back to the Board of Pardons and Paroles. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Our next registered speaker is Ms. Gloria Rubach. So Ms. Rubach, take your time. Ms. Rubach, it's good to see you again. Just pull that down a little bit, and then make sure that microphone is on. We'll hit that. There you go.
Okay. The first thing I want to address, I want to talk about conditions on death row, which are nothing short of torture. But I want to read a statement from a guy on death row named Jeff Pribble, who's been there a while. When you call my name, I was trying to find out what year he arrived, but I didn't. Anyway, this is what he says. I know I'm under a lot of stress lately, but I have never had anything happen like this before. I was just sitting there, and my arm started to spasm, and I couldn't squeeze my hand close or open it from the way it was. It was like my arm was on my body, but there was no feeling under the spasm going up my arm. Naturally, I freaked out. I thought I was having a stroke. I sat still for a while, and I was able, after a while, to close my hand. I tried to lay down a little bit, and then it happened again, even worse, the second time. This caused me to have a full-blown panic attack. The walls started closing in on me. My vision blurred. I was convinced it was a stroke. I don't know if that EKG printout I will ever see it, or if it will even make it to the doctor on my unit. The physician assistant who treated me said she had had a similar experience and thought it was a stroke, and it turned out it was a pinched nerve. She pushed in on this spot at the top of my back, and I felt it on my hand and my arm when she did it. So somehow there's a connection there. I've been taking muscle relaxers, but that doesn't take the stress of this place where we live in isolation away. But maybe it might occur to pinched nerve thing if that's what it was. I really would like to find out what is going on with my health. And that's from Jeff. The other thing I want to mention is for 25 years now, the men, not the women, but the men on death row have been in solitary. The United Nations has said more than 2 weeks in solitary is torture. So TDC has been torturing people for 25 years. My adopted son, Spider's his nickname, Michael Gonzalez, told me just the other day that he had just gone 2 weeks without a shower. That is gross. 2 weeks in Texas in the summer? I mean, I don't even want to go 2 days without a shower, and I'm sure you don't either. He said if we're lucky, we may get a shower a week. Still gross. He finally did get his glasses that I mentioned one time before the board. It only took 6 years. So for 6 years, he couldn't read. Disrespect for people just seems to be rampant. And the other thing, I'll close by saying, Spider is diabetic. I don't know if any of y'all are. I am. I know what I'm supposed to eat. His diabetic tray has exactly what we're told not to eat. White bread, white rice, white pasta, white potatoes. Those are the things he can identify on his tray. But he said usually he can't even identify some of the stuff on his tray, so he doesn't eat it. He doesn't have a clue what it is. So I hope that you guys can help Jeff Pribble figure out what happened to him. I sent his information to 3 nurses I know, and I thought maybe they could help me. I haven't heard back yet. But
thank you, Ms. Rubach. There are folks taking down notes. I don't know if you look. You can't look over your right shoulder, but there's a gentleman sitting right there, and he's writing everything down. So
cool.
we hear you, and we appreciate you. Thank you for being here today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Rollins. Mr. Rollins? Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You may have to adjust that microphone just a little bit to make sure that we can all hear you. So if you just kind of lift that, there you go. Perfect. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to the board, Mr. Chairman. I have here a letter that was addressed to the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. This is a letter from an inmate. And I'm reading it as he wrote it. Since the pandemic began, about 10 people have died on death row from various causes. 3 have died, and this year alone. Micah Brown hung himself last week. It is generally accepted that our collective physical and mental health has deteriorated during the COVID era and during the 25 years of solitary confinement. With a small few exceptions, everyone has a tablet now, where we have access to a limited amount of phone time relative to general population. We have access to movies, TV shows, music, and games if our loved ones have the money to send us. There are also TVs in each section of the death row pods on the building so that everyone within viewing range can watch basic programming. It's also much more than what we had when the pandemic began. However, the staff shortages, which began prior to the pandemic, have grown increasingly worse since 2020. For the people of Texas, death row staffing shortages essentially mean no recreation and shower, which is crucial when we are talking about a group of people the prison is holding in administrative segregation, which is basically solitary. Presently, we are allowed out of the cell for 2 hours, 3 days a week. This schedule was implemented months ago. However, neither of these schedules conform to the number of days laid out by the death row plan. Based on the various TDCJ death row recreations plans, we are allowed either 7 days a week, 1 hour per day, or 5 days a week, 2 hours per day, or finally 4 days a week, 3 hours per day. So, although we are getting more recreation time than we were for the past year, it is still well below what TDCJ's policy sets out. Of course, the reason we are given for the lack of recreation is staffing shortages, but at what point can our physical and mental health be asked to carry the burden of TDCJ's staffing crisis? That was the question. Staffing shortages have also impacted the regularity of showers and cleanliness of the parts. Several people have contracted staph infections as well as respiratory illnesses requiring hospitalization, and the number of roaches have increased.
And Mr. Rollins, if you could wrap up the comments
Okay.
from the letter. Yes, sir.
I'm almost there,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
What about the rest of us? We're not asking to expand group recreation as the bar to clear has been set so high by the administration that it effectively excludes most everyone else. We're asking for implementation of the recreation schedule that aligns with TDC mandate. Thank you, and the inmate's name is Obi Weathers, number 999396. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your patience.
Mr. Rollins, thank you so much for making the effort to be here and to giving us your thoughts and the thoughts of the inmate who wrote that letter. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
Thank you.
The next registered speaker is Helen Gabler. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Gabler, Helen Gabler. Did I get that right? I didn't butcher it too bad? No. Okay. All right. Well, welcome to you. And if you need to adjust that mic, you can. And whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you so much. My name is Helen Gabler. I'm with the University of Texas Law School, where I supervise our parole project. We represent women who are incarcerated in Central Texas. The students work with them pro bono through their parole review process. I don't normally come before this board. I usually am at the other board. But today I'm here to talk about blue warrants. It turns out this last spring, I had the unique opportunity to learn something about blue warrants and revocation proceedings when the two and only two women I've ever had, former clients released to this county, end up in problems with blue warrants. I want to talk specifically about one of those former clients and use her case as sort of an example of what feels like something is amiss in how blue warrants are being processed. This in particular client she was on parole for 8 months. She is recently discharged, but in the course of those 8 months, she experienced 3 blue warrants. She was during the 8 months, she spent 4 months in jail waiting on blue warrants. She spent 4 months on monitors. At no point did she get the monitor off until the day she discharged. And so this was all for technical violations. There was never an allegation that she had used any substances, never an allegation that she had committed a new offense, never any sort of allegation that she had dropped dirty UAs. It was all about her monitor. And
I just don't mean to interrupt you, but I think it's important to give context behind your talk, and I'm going to give you more time as a result. But when you say technical violations, explain to the audience specifically what you're referring to in her case.
Absolutely. There was never even an allegation that she had violated her curfew on her monitor. It was all about alleged tampering of her monitor. And I think it's important to note, I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. Okay. So what you're saying is that from your perspective, the blue warrants were issued because of indications that were received that she had somehow tampered with her monitor.
That's correct.
Okay.
Even though she had never received any notices, nobody had ever come out to look at the monitor, nobody had come out to try to fix the monitor, nobody had given her guidance on what she could do to try to get it repaired. We did, fortunately, she had me there to help support her through this process. I went to hearings twice with her. I'm thankful that we got her back on supervision both times, but that was without her spending 4 months in jail while we had to sort this out. There was never any evidence suggesting that there was no evidence presented at the hearings beyond a parole officer's report of violations, parole officer wasn't there to testify or to provide any subsequent evidence. And so really, it was a very, in my opinion, extremely flimsy accounting of why she might have been called up on these violations. And I just want to say, I know my time is short, that the consequences of these blue warrants are significant and long-lasting. She had made great strides in her first 2 months to try to do everything that she needed to. She had been calling and texting to try to report the problem she was having with the monitor. It was beeping all the time, but never got any response. And so she lost her first sober home. When she went in the second time, she again lost her placement. She lost county funding for housing. She missed out on job applications, job interviews. She was very frustrated at the fact that all the progress she had made was lost during this process. And so I just think there needs to be more in terms of, I understand this is anecdotal for one individual, but I don't think she's the only person in this situation. And I would suggest to the board and to the parole division that there really needs to be a deep dive into how blue warrants are being issued and processed, specifically for individuals who are getting warranted for technical violations only, and to really understand and appreciate the need for a more sequential stair-step form of penalty, and really providing due notice to the individuals as to what they are risking if they don't find a way forward that is compliant with the parole conditions.
Well, we very much appreciate your being here today and your comments, and I would encourage you, because we all want to have our systems work as efficiently as they possibly can. So I would encourage you, if you've got specific feedback, specific to the issue that you're addressing, which is monitors and how those work or may not work, and process steps that could be put in place to assist those who may be having difficulty with their monitors as an alternative to issuance of a blue warrant, I would encourage you to put those in writing, and you can get them to our board, care of Jill Durst sitting over there, and we can make sure that we get those comments to our the good folks who are running the parole division, so that they can see exactly what it is, the feedback that you're providing. But we really appreciate your being here today.
Thank you, and I'm happy to talk with Director Hinojosa or to anyone else about this situation and what I see as a worsening situation here involving the technical violations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Justin Martinez. Mr. Martinez? It's good to see you again.
Yes,
Thank you
good
for
to be
being
with y'all
here. You
here.
may need to adjust that mic a little bit so we can hear you well. But
Yeah.
whenever you're ready, please begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Justin Martinez. I'm the Justice Advocate Coordinator for Latino Justice Parole Def, based here in Austin, Texas. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you today. I just wanted to take some time to highlight a key issue for us from the recent sunset review from TDCJ regarding the development of a phased facility closure plan, or the suggested. One of the recommendations that from Sunset that I know I was excited about, and I know a lot of other advocates were in the space were also excited about, was Sunset's recommendation or ask that TDCJ develop a phased plan to close facilities, but those certain facilities that are dealing with persistent staffing challenges, some of them substantial staffing challenges, and also facilities with staffing challenges that are unlikely to change, right, due to a whole host of factors that Sunset, I think, highlighted very well. Of course, a lot of us were disappointed that the recommendation didn't make it into the final bill, but I did want to just mention that I think Sunset did make a very strong and convincing argument for, I think, this common sense approach of closing a targeted list of facilities as one part of the overall solution to the agency's ongoing, and at least in some areas, likely unchanging staffing challenges, right? You have costs to operate all of those staff transport models, and of course ballooning deferred maintenance costs with facilities that have been historically dealing with staffing challenges and will probably more than likely continue to deal with staffing challenges, including facilities that were built, pre-1970. And so again, while this recommendation was not in the final legislation, I do want to strongly encourage the board and the agency to still figure out in what ways could we potentially move forward on that development. As I mentioned, Sunset clearly put in a lot of time to do the legwork to argue for the need for this recommendation, and I think it is something the board should seriously look at and consider. I also noticed on the agenda that it looks like we'll be talking about the building or setting up the expansion dorms within multiple facilities, and so I think if we're going to explore expansion, I think there needs to be a parallel conversation on what does consolidation and facility closures look like. Again, for those, I think there were 27 facilities that Sunset identified that sort of fall into this category. So again, I just want to urge the board and the agency to seriously consider at least what could conversations around this recommendation look like. But to close, I know we won't see another deep dive of this agency for at least another 13 years or so as it comes to Sunset. So, my ask, my hope, my plea for you all is that the board and the agency find some way to set up a very open and transparent process for people, particularly directly impacted people, to observe and comment and have a say in what all those important changes that came out of that sunset legislation and what does that look like in the development. And as you all move forward, particularly to implementation and as well as checking for outcomes and how they're doing. But appreciate y'all, appreciate your time.
Well, appreciate you, Mr. Martin. And don't lose heart, because even though certain aspects of the sunset report did not make it into legislation, part of the recommendation that did get into legislation was the need to do a comprehensive review of staffing and analyzing various areas around the state, look at demographic trends, look at our successes in hiring, retention. So even if there's not a specific mandate to close facilities, which I understand and appreciate why we wouldn't have one of those, but the fact of the matter is we are undergoing a study. It is high on the list, and just as I mentioned to Ms. Gabler, our last speaker, if you've got additional thoughts and comments, I think I've gotten written materials from you before, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
But if you've got additional materials that you would like to present on this specific topic, then please get them to us. You can get them through Ms. Durst with the board services, or that's probably the best way to do it, is to get with Ms. Durst if you don't already have her contact information after the meeting. But no, any input on this issue of importance to the state is appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate y'all.
Frances Vaughn is our next speaker. Ms. Vaughn. All right, I'll put Ms. Vaughn's card aside. We'll come back. Next, I have Sister Mama Sonia. Welcome.
Greeting.
Glad you're here. Just if you need to adjust your microphone a little bit, you're already ahead of me. And whenever you're ready, you can get started.
Why? Thank you, Gloria. Why do you kill people who kill people as a deterrent to keep people from killing people? I dedicate my thoughts in honor of Derek Frazier, who was murdered by the state of Texas, 31 August 2006. A mama, a daughter, a grandma, a sister, a niece, a cousin, a friend. I am relating concerns of the women sitting on death row. The human beings who are waiting to be murdered by Texas. You know, Texas really wants a big show. The women have issues that need to be addressed, issues that affect their quality of life. Or do you think they deserve a life with no challenges of Texas-imposed strife? Why do you kill people who kill people as a deterrent to keep people from killing people? Why can't they have the same phone hours as a general pop from 6 a.m. to 10, not 2 to 8, so they would have more hours with their families to communicate? Why can't they have separate phone lists with 20 contacts like general population? Why can't they have video visits like general pop so they can communicate with granny, grandma, mama, daddy, auntie, uncle, and children who can't come to visit because they are sick or too old or have no transportation? Why do you kill people who kill people as a deterrent to keep people from killing people? Why is the food that they eat not nutritious or good, not meals that you and your family wouldn't even eat? Why is health care so poor for everyone incarcerated, health issues not addressed, especially some maladies that can be beat? By the way, it has been reported that from June 2023 to June 2021, 2025, 1,212 humans have died in TDC. I wonder, no, I don't wonder, who's responsible for this travesty. So many issues, so many injustices, so much inhumane treatment for human beings who should at least deserve, as I reiterate, a semblance of a quality of life instead of one Texas-imposed strife. Why do people kill people as a deterrent to keep people from killing people? Say their names. Say their names. Never forget. Erica Shepard, Darlene Routier, Kimberly Cargill, Linda Carty, Melissa Lucio, Brittany Holberg, Taylor Parker. Texas, our Texas, we don't hail this unmighty state. Texas, our Texas, never wonderful or great. Boldest and grandest at flunking every test. Evil empire wide, not glorious. You stand evil supremacy best. God bless you, Texas. May you one day become brave and strong, that one day you may grow in power and worth for all Texas all the day long. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. And if you will mind, you got your signage here. Yep. Thank you. Our next registered speaker is Brittany Robertson. Ms. Robertson? Thank you for being here. If you need to adjust that microphone a little bit, you can do that, and then just hit the. There you go. Yep. It's touchy. It's touchy. Hit it one more time. There you go. There you go.
Thanks.
You're on.
All right, Brittany Robertson with Texas Prison Reform LLC. I just wrote a few key notes here.
Sure.
As far as one of the things I'm seeing, grievances since the emergence of the body cameras are becoming far more evasive than they used to be able to get a hold of. I do believe this has to do with being able to hold officers to a higher level of accountability, in which the ones who violate the rules don't appreciate that. Secondly, escorts to medical. Over the last week and a half, I have had 5 people with medical appointments. All were denied due to a lack of escort. This prolongs and also overburdens medical department. As far as the diet, to kind of build on what everybody else said, we've been tracking meals for over a year from across 13 units, 50 individuals. In that, we've asked some to have their blood work tested. That blood work is coming back deficient in vitamin D as well as severely deficient in vitamin D. The medical department, upon seeing these results, are bringing these men vitamin D supplements. Next is the mentally ill individuals. Especially in restrictive housing, there are individuals who, I believe the kids are still present, there are individuals who tend to throw bodily fluids. Those individuals are not being held accountable. Now, the bodily fluids are hitting your guards primarily, but also the individuals around them. And because the guards aren't holding these individuals accountable, which I understand is a staffing shortage issue, but that is becoming a learned behavior. As you know, the squeaky wheel gets what they want. Next, the prior things I spoke on at the last meeting, we had asked for the media. I want to thank you for that. The men were given media. In talking with some of the incarcerated, one purchased song eliminates the use of 3 K2 sticks. One album removes 11 K2 sticks. Individuals who, many of you know, I advocate for active gang members. Those individuals are saying that the use of contraband near them has drastically reduced, also disclosing that even they have spent hundreds of dollars on the media, which if you take that money out of contraband currency and put it somewhere else, it has a positive influence. A few incarcerated individuals stated that through the access of the games, they are now having more cognitive ability and also able to better process their choices before they make them. So I wanted to thank you for that. They did ask me, though, if it would be possible to have access to the newsstand. Many of these individuals, being in such extreme isolation, are not able to keep up with current events. They also don't understand the stress that their family members are going through back home because they don't understand the current environment we are all living in. So I'm hoping you'd consider that. Now, the suggestion on grievances. I had emailed a few individuals. I asked for blank grievance forms to be mounted on the meal carts. In restrictive housing, this would allow incarcerated individuals access to blank grievance forms 3 times a day, which would then allow them to exhaust their administrative remedies. And that's all I have.
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you being here. Next registered speaker is Tanya Southards Naranjo. Yes, ma'am. Good to see you again. Please adjust the mic as you need to, and whenever you're ready, please get started.
So, good afternoon, members of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. My name is Tona Southards Naranjo, and I stand before you today not only as a mother, but as a voice of those who no longer have one. My son, John Anthony Southards, died at the Estelle unit under conditions no human being should have to endure. His death, sad but true, was preventable. It's a tragedy among many under the department's watch. The Texas Department of Criminal Justice states in its mission that it exists to provide public safety, promote positive change in offender behavior, reintegrate offenders into society, and assist the victims of their crimes. But inside TDCJ, my son, John Anthony Southards, did not receive safety, rehabilitation, or dignity, as many more have not. Elizabeth Haggerty, Braylon Holly, Jovan and Motley, just to name a few. Before I continue, I'd like to ask the board in the room for a moment of silence for my son, John Anthony Southards, and for every other man and woman who's lost their life inside TDCJ prisons. Today also marks the final board meeting for Executive Director Brian Collier. Mr. Collier, I wish I could tell you thank you for your service, but my farewell is not happy. Families like mine have buried loved ones because of neglect, inhumane conditions, and a system that values punishment much more than humanity. Inside those walls, conditions are cruel and degrading. The food being served inhumane. There's no respite care during the deadly heat. Showers, recreation, and out-of-cell time are withheld. Medical transports are refused during emergencies, and officers forging inmates' signatures on medical refusals is unacceptable. That, ladies and gentlemen of the board, it's not just neglect. This is abuse of power. This is fraud. And there's no accountability for the death toll in TDCJ. Families like mine live with the consequences forever. But let me tell you, my son John was more than a statistic. He was more than 101268787. John Anthony was a young man that was hilarious, had the smile that would light up an entire room. I, his mother, did the right thing as a mom and held him accountable. There was no rehabilitation for my son. He came home different, dead. It'll mark my family forever. His father and I lost a young man we believed would come home and do great things one day. His baby sisters lost a brother who teased them, protected them, and loved them with each breath he took. Mr. Collier, as you retire. I ask you to reflect not only on policies and numbers, not on paychecks and stats, but on the names, faces, and grieving families left behind, sir.
Ma'am, if you could wrap it up, we sure would appreciate it.
Because legacies, they're built on lives touched, not lost. So today I say my farewell, Mr. Collier. It's honest, not bitter. My son may have lost his life, but he didn't lose his voice, because I'll always be his voice. My hope, my plea, my prayer today is that your exit marks the beginning of real change in TDCJ. Justice is not about sentences, it's about humanity.
Ma'am, if you would wrap it up. we'd
That,
appreciate
sir,
it.
humanity has been missing for a very long time.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here. Our next registered speaker is Pam Ties. I hope I'm pronouncing that last name correctly. Did I pronounce it right? T-I-S-E. Did I say it right? Tice. Tice. So Pam Tice. So please join us at the podium and just adjust that microphone as you need, ma'am, before you get started.
Excuse me?
Just adjust the podium as you need to so we can
Yes.
hear you. And whenever you're ready, please get started. Thank you. No, you got to hit it. There you go. You got it.
My name is Pam Tice. Actually, I was in TDCJ under Pam Perillo. I was incarcerated for 40 years. 20 of that was on death row. I'm here today to talk about some of the conditions on the female death row right now. They're actually having to be housed in the multi-purpose facility known as crisis management. And the girls are housed in the same building, which they also have to shower in the same shower. Some of the girls in crisis management come in there and they're cutting on themselves. They're using the bathroom in the shower. There is a lot of bacteria in those showers. They're not being cleaned properly by the SSIs, and the SSIs are not allowed down on death row. I know for a fact in the living quarters of death row, they have two different areas. One is our workroom and one is our day room. And in those rooms, they have bathrooms which have piping where they could actually put in a shower of their own in that area, where they would be able to shower in their own area and not have to share with the psych and crisis management women. So I'm asking today that it would be looked into, that maybe they could get their own showers in there and be able to be in their own area. And also, female death row inmates are allowed to work if they choose to. They could actually give one of the death row females a job as a SSI to be able to clean up their own area and take care of that part of the facility where they won't have to be in contact with crisis management. So I'm just asking today that if you would look into that issue, it would mean a lot to us.
We very much appreciate your
Thank
comments
you.
and appreciate you being here today. Thank you, ma'am.
Sir?
I appreciate you being here today. We all do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Marcy Marie Simmons. Ms. Simmons? Welcome. You may have to adjust that a little bit, but whenever you're ready, please get started.
Thanks. Naturally, I put some candy in my mouth right before you called my name. So.
Happens all the time.
Right. My name is Marcy Marie Simmons. I'm the Director of Community Engagement for Linus Justice Impacted Women's Alliance. I also have 10 years lived experience inside of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to y'all today. I'm up here to talk again about medical transport. Something that should have been resolved when Senate Bill 1146 passed. And actually we did see some progress for some months, so much progress that At one of these meetings, I thanked Brian for the progress that we saw, and that has just completely backslid. We still are seeing more teledoc appointments and localized care, so we do appreciate that. That's not been an issue. What has been an issue is the extended stay at Plain State Jail. Our reports from our inside members regarding their stay at Plain State Jail, it's numerous reports saying that it's exactly what it was before that legislation was passed. The sleeping conditions, these are folks coming back from the hospital unit, often after major surgeries. They're being told at Plain State, here's your mattress, carry it to your housing. These folks can't carry a mattress to their housing unit, oftentimes with their severe medical conditions. It's kind of absurd to think that they could. So oftentimes they're sleeping on the metal bunks after major medical surgeries. Same thing with the food at Plain State. If they're there after chow, they're not getting chow. Their dorms are served last. Sometimes they're not getting chow. Lots of concerns around that. The trays are being served without utensils. These folks aren't allowed to bring their spoon from commissary with them, so they're like eating with ID cards and whatever they can find to eat with. Also, the cleanliness of those trays, we're getting complaints. And these are just several different letters from several different women across all the units that are dealing with the same issues with the lack of, or the greasy trays. They're getting served food on greasy trays. Women are sometimes left at Plain State for days or even weeks because of paperwork mistakes with classification or whomever is in charge of that, right? One of our incarcerated members was trapped there for 14 days, no tablet, so she couldn't communicate with home. And she was also unenrolled from her vocational, which she was enrolled in cosmetology, and from her extracurricular program, Bridges to Life, because of the amount of times she missed those classes. So when she returned to her unit, she found out that she couldn't even go back to her classes. She was really upset. She's quoted to say, "I'm so traumatized by this that although I need surgery, I'm afraid to go back out of fear that I'll get stuck at Plain State again." So I'm asking the board to ensure that TDCJ sustains lasting improvements to medical transportation. Women deserve a smooth, efficient trip to medical care. I think we all can agree on that. That means eliminating the classification errors so women are returned promptly to their assigned units, reducing unnecessary confinement at Plain State, investing in buses and vans that provide dignity, safety, and privacy, especially in the restroom areas. Linus is not ready to accept this kind of treatment of our inside members. Thank y'all.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Our next registered speaker is Lori Mellinger. Mellinger, okay. Mellinger, got it. Come on up, just adjust that mic as you need to, and whenever you're ready, please get started.
Thank you so much. I need to adjust it. My name is Lori Mellinger. I am a former resident of TDCJ. I am here on behalf of my position with Lioness Justice Impacted Women's Alliance. I am the board president. Thank you for hearing us today. I'm here to talk about Securus, specifically the tablets. Communication access in TDCJ is compromised by failures on both the agency side and the Securus delivery system. During transfers, tablets are often lost or confiscated, and TDCJ does not provide backup access to printed mail, leaving incarcerated people without communication for extended periods of time. At the same time, Securus fails to maintain a reliable messaging system. There is no notification to loved ones on the outside when their messages or photos are denied, and no notification to either the incarcerated person or their family when communications are later restored. These systemic gaps create confusion, cut off relationships without explanation, and undermine rehabilitation by weakening family and community ties. Our recommendation, we ask that the board should adopt clear standards that address both agency and vendor responsibilities. TDCJ must guarantee the continuity of communication during transfers by providing backup printed mail when tablets are unavailable. Securus must be required to implement transparent notification systems so that families know when communications are denied and both sides are informed when access is restored. Establishing these requirements will strengthen accountability, protect communication access, and align operations with the agency's stated goals of supporting rehabilitation and reducing recidivism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your time. Our next registered speaker is Brittany Pekorski. Welcome. Just adjust that microphone as you need to, and whenever you're ready, please get started.
My name is Brittany Pekorski with Lioness Justice Impacted Women's Alliance. I'm a dually certified peer specialist and mental health first aider. I want to talk to you about the hobby unit water concerns. That was concerning 5 years ago when I was there, and still to this day, members on the inside have communicated their concerns. The problem is the city of Marlin has faced chronic water quality issues for years, including repeated boil water notices and infrastructure failures. While this is a city that is compounded at the hobby and Marlin units, where incarcerated people cannot take independent steps to secure safe water. TDCJ has a non-delegible responsibility to provide safe drinking water and adequate living conditions. Continued reliance on an unreliable city system without clear contingency plans or accountability places the health and safety of incarcerated people at the risk of exposure to the agency to ongoing liability. Our recommendation is the board should require TDCJ to take proactive measures to ensure consistent access to safe water at the hobby and Marlin units, in all units, right? Regardless of the city's system failures, this includes establishing backup water supplies, transparent contingency plans during boil water events, and regular independent testing. While Marlin's infrastructure is a municipal issue, TDCJ retains ultimate responsibility for the well-being of those in its custody and must act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate your time. Our next registered speaker is Karen Munoz Trevino. Thank you for being here, and just adjust that mic as you need, and whenever you're ready, please get started.
Good afternoon, board and chairman. My name is Karen Munoz Trevino. I'm a civil rights attorney with Latino Justice Pearl Deaf. We at Latino Justice have been investigating correspondence issues like those mentioned, actually on behalf of Lioness Justice Impacted Women's Alliance and their incarcerated members. What we've seen thus far in investigating this issue the last several months is a pattern of inconsistent application of and misinterpretations of the correspondence rules in ways that seem to unfairly censor incarcerated women's correspondence. More specifically, we've seen incarcerated women's outgoing mail be denied for even mentioning staff names at all, for violating the prohibition on third-party communications, for having another incarcerated person's information in any context, and sometimes correspondence denial forms will not cite to a specific policy at all. In at least 2 instances, we've seen women be given major cases for violating the prohibition on social media, despite them not running social media accounts themselves, and despite the reality that these women never told the person they're communicating with on the outside to post anything on their behalf. This misapplication, this misinterpretation is something that we've seen with women particularly, and we've seen this in a number of units. These rules being misapplied and misinterpreted also, practically speaking, then mean that incarcerated people have no notice of what the rules actually are, and in turn, no guidance on how they can comply with them. Incoming correspondence is similarly denied, again, for reasons that are not always entirely clear. When an incoming letter is denied, the sender, as Ms. Mellinger referenced, the sender doesn't receive notification that the letter was denied. So practically speaking, again, that means maybe a mother is left wondering whether her daughter is okay after not receiving a response from her, when in reality, maybe her daughter never received the message. When a letter is denied, it's removed from the Securus account for both the sender and the recipient, and there seems to be no way for even the sender to retrieve the message, again, as Ms. Mellinger referenced. Given that this problem is happening across several units, we believe clarity around these policies, consistent training for all mailroom staff, and ideally a modified review process specific to these issues could help to resolve these issues. These issues are particularly concerning as we believe they may conflict with the First Amendment. We are very much looking forward to discussing this with Ombudsman Patrick later this week. And we do have names and stories of individuals who have experienced this issue, which we will be, again, sharing with him. And we're grateful for the opportunity to work collaboratively toward a solution for this. Thanks so much for your time.
Well, we appreciate your time. We appreciate your commitment to collaboration and free exchange of ideas. And I'm telling you, if you're talking to Mr. Patrick, you're talking to the right guy.
Great.
So you all have a good meeting, and thank you very much for being here today.
Awesome, thank you.
Our next registered speaker is, and I'm sorry, I'm going to get this name probably wrong, Olga Verestegi. Olga Verestegi? Well, see, I predicted I would get it wrong, and here I am getting it wrong again. But we appreciate you being here, and please, whenever you want to get set up, anytime you're ready, you can get started.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to thank the Lord mainly to give me the opportunity to be here to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
As I know many of y'all are people of God, you know, so I have some issues and things that I would like to see if they can address them. But good morning, no, good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon, members of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice, and to everyone. Bear with me because I start to, you know.
It's okay.
It's a lot.
It's okay.
But anyway, I stand before you today, not just to talk about policies or statistics, but about human beings living within the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. And I speak in behalf of all the inmates. Behind those walls are sons, fathers, and daughters who, despite their mistakes, are still deserving of dignity, care, and compassion. Right now, too many of them are suffering in silence. People with medical issues are not being treated for months. Inmates battling depression or trauma are locked in cells instead of receiving proper treatment. Imagine the fear of being sick or in crisis. And knowing being sick or in crisis, knowing there's no help, might never come. That is the daily reality of many. Mental health especially is in crisis. Instead of treatment, too often we see punishment. Instead of isolation, these are not solutions, they are wounds that deepen suffering and strip away hope. But let's be reminded in Matthew 25:36, I was sick and you looked after me. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
It's because, you know, I have a heart and it hurts.
No, it's okay. Take your time.
Thank you, sir. I was sick and you looked after me. I was in prison and you came to visit me. The scripture calls us to see those inside, not as numbers, but as lives, fragile lives, dependent on us to act with compassion. Providing proper medical health care is not leniency, it is humanity. It means fewer deaths inside, safer working conditions for staff, and stronger communities when people return home. So I leave you with this. When we care for the most forgotten, we reveal the true measure of justice. Let us not turn our backs on humanity inside those walls. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate you, ma'am. Thank you. Our next registered speaker is Yolanda Garcia. Okay, I'm going to put you on one side. Thank you, ma'am, for being here, though. We appreciate you being here. And next registered speaker is Jasmine Arnold.
Hello. Hi. Dear members of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice, my name is Jasmine Christine Arnold. I am here today as a sister of Robert Siobhan Arnold. His TDCJ number is 02542650. I am deeply concerned for my brother's safety, his mental health, and treatment within the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. I respectfully submit this letter for your review and for your record. I want to bring forward the truth of what's been happening with my brother inside of the TDJC system. On November 10th of 2023, Robert underwent a court-ordered mental health evaluation and was found incompetent to stand trial. On December 12th of 2023, the court ordered that he be transferred to a mental health facility. On June 6th of 2024, he was reevaluated and found competent. The following day, June 7th of 2024, the court reinstated competency. Only 4 months later, on November 18th of 2024, Robert accepted a 10-year plea deal. As of April 23rd, 2025, Robert began serving his sentence at the Cofield unit here in Texas. Only 2 months at being in the Cofield unit, in June of 2025, Robert's case began as a PREA level concern. Instead of being investigated, transparent, the narrative switched multiple times from PREA to gang-related, then to drug-related. These changes appear to be an attempt to avoid accountability and left my brother vulnerable. Despite his mental health history, Robert was kept in medical for over a month, then placed in inmate protection investigation, IPI. For only a week after refusing housing, Robert was disciplined and then transferred directly into R-Wing general population, a housing environment inappropriate for his documented mental health needs. I have reason to believe he is being housed with individuals who may pose a direct threat to his safety. Since his transfer from the county jail to the TDJC system, Robert's medications were changed, and they have not stabilized him. He continues to hallucinate, hear voices, and talk to himself. Clear signs that his mental health is deteriorating under certain conditions. Over the past month, I have contacted nearly every oversight office to the point of leadership available, including the following. I did give you guys documentation. I don't know who's or what have them, but you guys have a copy of my summary as well.
And if you could wrap it up,
Yes,
please.
yes, sir.
Because we do have a written
Yes,
summary.
sir.
Thank you.
Yes. Despite this extensive advocacy for my brother, his case remains unresolved. The system has been marked as unprofessional, shifting narratives, and discard of protocol. At this time, it is clear that Robert requires a new I-214 form to be submitted immediately so that he may receive a fresh mental health evaluation by the UTMB's office. The prior request for evaluation was denied, but his continued symptoms and psychosis discriminate that denial was an error and that his medical and mental needs required urgent reassessment. I respectfully ask the board to intervene and ensure, 1, a full review of Robert's case, including the PREA allegations, competency findings, and mental health records. 2, a formal investigation into his transfer from IPI to the R wing, including justification for his current placement. 3, accountability for the Cofield unit leadership for mishandling his case. Number 4, transparency oversights across all offices that has been contacted regarding his situation. And last but not least, number 5, immediate submission of a new I-214 form, referral of psychiatric evaluation, and appropriate follow-through on housing, treatment, and safety decisions. Thank you for your time, your oversight, and for allowing me the opportunity to speak here to you guys today.
Well, we appreciate you being here, and
Thank
as
you.
I've said a couple of times, we really
Thank
appreciate
you. I appreciate it.
you-
I'm wrapping it up. I hope this letter serves as a record on my ongoing advocacy and as a call to action for justice and safety within the TDCJ system.
Yes, ma'am.
Respectfully, Jasmine Arnold. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We appreciate you being here.
Thank
Thank you. Next registered speaker is Ashlyn Gaddy. Welcome. Just adjust that microphone as you need, and I believe you've been before us before, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
It's good to see you again.
You guys too. All right, so I usually come and talk about K2. I'm not doing that today. We have a bigger problem. Okay, today I want to draw urgent attention to a growing threat inside of all prisons across the country. Nitazines. These are a class of synthetic opioids, many times stronger than fentanyl, and they are infiltrating correctional facilities across the country. Their potency makes them not only a smuggling and control issue, but a direct risk to both incarcerated individuals and staff. The danger is simple. Nitazene can cause a fatal overdose in microgram quantities. A dose the size of a few grains of salt can depress breathing, induce unconsciousness, and cause death within minutes. Because of their strength, overdoses are often sudden and severe, leaving very little time to intervene. All of your symptoms are going to be the same, just a lot faster. It is Narcan resistant. It's taking 4, sometimes 6 doses, and it's not even really touching it. There's no drug testing for it, no dipstick test. Even in toxicology on postmortem, unless you actually order the analogs, you're not going to find it at all. Pretty much, we have to protect our lives. This is a nanoparticle drug. If it's airborne, if it's touched, you won't see it, you won't smell it, nothing. It's gonna kill you, like very, very, very quickly. Any kind of contamination to it. Airborne, done. You think fentanyl's bad? This is 43 times more stronger. There's been one news report in the country recently about these drugs here in Texas. It's killed 15 people in Harris County since January. That's about it. I need to let you guys know so y'all can let everybody else know, because it's fixing to hit.
Well, we appreciate you being here today and your comments today, so we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on, ma'am.
Do you have any evidence that it is already in our Texas prison? You have any idea?
I don't have it in Texas prisons.
Well, in the prison system, yeah.
But I know that it is in Houston, really,
Okay.
really bad. That's where a lot of the deaths are occurring.
Okay.
San Antonio, Dallas, it's starting to get there.
Mhm.
They're putting it in vape pens, medications, anything they can do. Paper, whatever. It's just, it's bad.
And you said we can't test it
can't test
and
for it.
find it in the system, in their system anyway.
You can't. There's not a dipstick test for it. A lab can send off for it and test the analogs, similar to like methadone treatment.
Right.
Same kind of thing. But other than that, no. It's really, and that's not a prison issue. That's
Right.
just a testing issue.
Right.
Yep.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registered speaker is Shannon Marshall. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just adjust that mic as you need, and whenever you're ready, get started.
Chairman Nichols, board, appreciate y'all for allowing me this opportunity. My name is Shannon Marshall. I'm here today representing Heart Check Prison Strategies Group. You know, I'm a little bit proud to say that I've been out of prison after serving 25 years in the TDCJ, about 9 months now. And I've started an LLC. I've been working since I've been out. But what I'm here to talk to you about
And
today.
you're not coming back, is what you're telling me.
Never.
Okay.
Absolutely
All
not.
right. All right.
Matter of fact, I'm here to try to help other people from never going back
Yes,
again
sir.
as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Which leads me to my point. I'm here today to continue speaking on what I began speaking to y'all about in April. And my main focus is not the problems, not the horrible conditions, the horrible food. All this is known. I'm focused on solutions. We know there's problems. I want to focus on solutions. You know, I'm writing programs, but rehabilitation and reentry are my big focal points. Rehabilitation, 95% or more of all incarcerated individuals will be returning to society at some point in time. This being the case, what type of individuals do we want to return? We obviously want rehabilitated individuals that will contribute and be a functioning member of society. So on the rehabilitation side, our programs that are inside, there's some good programs. I've mentioned CIP to y'all several times, Bridges to Life. I mean, there's a lot of good ones. The problem is they need expansion. These programs need to be expanded and they need to be accessible to more inmates. I also brought up the point before that the inmates that are in the most dire need of these rehabilitative programs and life skills programs and such, these are the individuals that have the hardest access because they're still caught up in their lifestyles, their mentalities, their addictions, their criminality and whatnot. Perhaps they're just still immature and easily influenced as well, right? Quite common. My thing is I want to see programs such as these and new innovative ones on the housing wings, on the wings where these men and women spend 90% or more of their lives day in and day out. They're ate up with boredom, looking for anything to break the monotony, and that leads them to bad decisions to break the monotony, so on and so forth. So I want to see programs on the housing areas, in the living areas, right? Beyond that, reentry, the next big step. When we finally make parole or discharge and complete and get out back into society, I wasn't really prepared. I educated myself, but I showed y'all last time I didn't know how to use a cell phone. And like 90% of people's lives out here is navigated by a cell phone. I didn't know how to turn it on, literally. You know, you have life skills courses. We need more practical life skills courses as well that prepares men and women to actually get out and be able to function, not have to start in preschool and learn all over again. And I'm working on programs to address these things. I'm hoping that y'all will be open to collaboration or consideration. Like I said, I have 25 years lived experience in all custody levels across the system.
So when I say you're not coming back in a certain way, but you're coming back you're coming back as a
Yes,
volunteer,
sir.
as I understand.
Absolutely. I would like to come back in a positive way.
All right. Well, then I want you to get in touch with Jill Durst sitting over here, and I want to find a time when you're going to be on a unit. I will come meet you, and I will see firsthand the kind of work that you're doing and the suggestions that you have. How about that?
Absolutely, sir. I look forward to it.
All right.
Thank you.
Next, I have a minor on the list. I'm not sure whether this individual wants to speak, but I have the initials of J.A., so... Thank you, young man, for stepping forward and being so brave here today. Just adjust that speaker, or that microphone. You've already got it, and whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon, chair members of the board. My name is J.A., and I'm here representing all of the siblings of the incarcerated. I'm 12 years old, and my big brother is in TDCJ. I'm here today for him, but also for every brother and sister out there who has somebody they love behind those walls. I'm here for every kid that has a parent incarcerated. I know I'm young. I don't use big fancy words, but I do know this. The choices you make here change real people's lives, not just the people inside, but their families. Kids like me who are growing up without their brother or sister at home, and kids who are growing up without their parents too. One day, my generation will be sitting in the seats you are in now. We will be the ones making the rules and running things, and we will remember the examples we saw from leaders like you. That's why I have to ask, what kind of example will you set for us today? What does good leadership do? It brings hope. It tells the truth. It makes things better for everyone, not just a few. It provides AC for the prisons, good food, and rehabilitation. The new director of TDCJ should be someone who is honest, brave, and cares about the incarcerated people. Someone who can look at a 12-year-old kid in the eye and say, I'm doing everything I can to make the system safer, kinder, and better. I may be young, but I know right from wrong, and I know that that's how you treat people when they can't fight back. Says more about your character than anything else. I'm asking you to choose a leader who will make Texas proud, someone who will be an example of fairness and compassion for my generation. So when it's our turn to lead, we follow the light, not the darkness. We are watching, and one day we will remember what we saw. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, how inspirational is that a 12-year-old boy would get up and say that? Isn't that amazing? So that shows you why I said earlier that this is part of our program that we very, very much appreciate. Our next registered speaker is Laura Aldretti. Welcome. You may need to adjust that mic just slightly.
Yes,
and
thank you.
And I know we've heard from you in the past, so welcome back.
Nice to see you again. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice, Mr. Collier. My name is Laura Alderete with Voices for Texas Prisoners, and I come here before you not as an outsider looking in, but as someone who has seen and heard the cries from the inside of the walls of TDCJ. I want to remind you today that your role is not just administrative, it is a stewardship over human lives, over men and women created in the image of God. For too long, there has been mourning in our prisons, mourning for families losing loved ones to preventable deaths, mourning from officers working in unsafe conditions, mourning from communities watching recidivism rise because rehabilitation was neglected. The next executive director must be a reformer, a difference maker, someone with integrity, transparency, and moral courage, someone who will address inhumane conditions, champion rehabilitation over warehousing, and recognize that corrections, it is not just about control, but about redemption. The new director must prioritize human dignity, ending dehumanizing conditions like extreme heat, lack of unhealthy food, inadequate medical care, and indefinite isolation, rehabilitation, expanding education, vocational and faith-based programs that prepare people to return homes as productive members of society, accountability, ensuring transparency in reporting deaths, incidents, and conditions without sugarcoating reality. You hold the power to appoint someone who will bring light where there has been darkness for too long. Whether or not a decision has already been made, know this: the eyes of the public are on you. Advocates, families, and impacted individuals are no longer staying silent. We continue to watch, we continue to speak, but not to tear down, but to ensure that TDCJ runs a system that is just, runs a system that is humane and worthy of the values it claims to uphold. And let me end with the real weight falls. To whom much is given, much will be required. Today, you hold authority that will shape thousands of lives. The authority that is not a shield to hide behind. It is a weight you will answer before God. Choose a leader who fears God more than man, who tells the truth when it's costly, and who treats every person, incarcerated or free, as a bearer of God's image. We are watching. Heaven is watching too. Please choose wisely and make the improvements that are long due in TDCJ prison system. Thank you for the opportunity of having me here today.
Thank you for
God
being
bless.
here. Appreciate you. Our next registered speaker is Diana Smith. Take your time. You're doing fine. Just adjust that mic as you need to, and whenever you're ready, please begin.
Okay, y'all. Bear with me. I'm a newbie.
A first-time caller, as they say on radio, right?
Yes.
All right.
I'm ready to go.
All right, please.
Esteemed board members, good afternoon. My name is Diana Smith, and it's my honor to be here in Austin. I reside in the Piney Woods of East Texas, District 3. I'm here today as a mother, a grandmother, and a concerned Texas citizen. You know, our prison system seems to have a revolving door. You know, recidivism rate is really absurd right now. Shannon gave you some numbers. I'm going to say 20.3% over the last 3 years. That's an average. And you know, we want the inmates coming out of prison to be better. We want better people. And that's not happening right now. They're unable to navigate in a world that they're not prepared for. You know, they end up going right back. There's no rehabilitation to ensure their success. I believe other factors, as you all know, there are plenty of examples that bring this down. And I'm not trying to be ugly to anybody or disrespectful, but you know, there's been a lot of corruption that's been brought to light. I'm not going to name any prisons or any wardens that are accused of other things. There's drugs, there's rapes, you know, the gang activities. You know, all this adds up to complete failure as far as rehabilitation. You know, we're not engaging their minds. This is just my opinion. And some of their basic human rights are stripped from them. You know, I know they're in prison. They know they're in prison. They understand that they have to do the time. You know, they've done the crime. However, this should not strip them of their basic human rights. You know, their needs have to be met in order to survive. And as far as I'm concerned, nobody has that complete authority other than God Almighty is to take their rights like that away from them. You got to have things to survive. And I know He didn't operate that way. Yes, I have a vested interest in it. I've got a son that I've followed all across the state of Texas. And it's really, my biggest fear is him not coming home one day. He's going to be killed in there or have to stay the rest of his life. You know, the inhumane conditions and utter hopelessness, you know, it will not rehabilitate anyone or anything. It agitates, it irritates, and it's already a horrible, suffering existence. Like I said, they got to do the time. I get that, but we're doing it with them. I wish I had the answers, but I don't. You know, people are specialized in criminal justice for their programs, and they're paid handsomely to circumvent these kind of issues. You know, it's not working. I've witnessed over many years state employees, they just don't care about their responsibilities or keeping the inmates safe.
Ma'am, if you could wrap it up, sure would appreciate it.
Okay. Pretty much, you know, my biggest fear is my kid not coming home. And I want the new executive director to be led by God and to have integrity, and it's a very, very perplexing, important position. And I want God to guide him so that I feel strongly about there's a change coming. And I want to be a part of that change.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. for
Appreciate you
your
being
time.
here. Thank you so
Mhm.
much. And I had called Frances Vaughn before, but she was not here, so give one more time, Frances Vaughn. If not, then that will conclude our public comment for this board meeting. Thanks to all of you who presented today. I know many of you traveled from across the state. Your comments have been appreciated and will be taken under consideration. Thank you so much. At this point, we are going to take a brief health break. It's 3:17, and we will come back into session at 3:25. The 242nd meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice has reconvened in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. It is 3:28 p.m. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the Texas Department of Criminal Justice fiscal year 2026 proposed operating budget. I would like to note that over the last month, each board member individually met with TDCJ's finance leaders and reviewed the details of the proposed operating budget, which includes the executive director's salary. These budget plans were the result of many months of preparation and meetings with leadership offices on the needs of the agency. Mr. Ron Steffa, our CFO, or TDCJ's CFO, if you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Collier. Today I'll be bringing before you the fiscal year 2026 operating budget for your consideration and approval. First, let me thank each of you for all the time we spent individually briefing you. We appreciated all of your questions and just all the time that you spent with us. I would also like to recognize Jennifer Gonzalez, the Business and Finance Division Director, Rebecca Waltz, the Deputy Business and Finance Division Director, Ashley Atkins, the Budget Director, and the whole budget staff for all of their work all through session and in putting this operating budget together. The agency's operating budget reflects the decisions that were made by the legislature during the regular session. This was an unprecedented session. The legislature made significant investments in the state of Texas and in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice through funding strategic agency initiatives. And I will highlight significant biennial funding decisions affecting the fiscal year 26 budget. For capital and infrastructure projects, it includes $214.8 million in additional funding for major repair and renovation projects, and that includes $118 million to add air conditioning to approximately 18,000 beds, as well as $301 million to construct 14 inmate expansion dorms, providing 5,600 air-conditioned beds, $4.5 million to construct an employee dormitory at the Clements Unit in Amarillo, $37 million for water projects at the Hobby and Memorial Unit, $22.8 million for additional infirmary capacity, and $30 million for repairs to Hospital Galveston. It provides $258.3 million for agency systems, equipments, and vehicles, specifically a learning management system for staff development, training center equipment, vehicle replacements, agency telephone system upgrades, video surveillance equipment replacements, broadband expansion, integration solutions for the comptroller's centralized accounting, payroll, and personnel system, security enhancements to the inmate telephone system, a crime management system for the Office of Inspector General, and for the Corrections Information Technology System, or CITS 2.0. Regarding probation, it provides funding level for felony and misdemeanor probation supervision based on the Legislative Budget Board's population projections. It provides $23.2 million to maintain residential and non-residential treatment programs, provides $23.2 million for increased salaries, and $25 million for pretrial diversion programs, as well as $900,000 for the Battering Intervention and Prevention Program. Relating to the Texas Council on Offenders with Medical or Mental Impairments, it provides funding to maintain mental health services and continuity of care and adds an additional 90 dual diagnosis beds in the community. For incarceration, treatment, and health care, it provides funding for a 10% pay raise for correctional staff. It provides for an additional $63.4 million to maintain current operational levels for food, fuel, and utilities, and $52.6 million for unit maintenance. It provides $34 million for initiatives to address correctional officer staffing, provides $190 million to reopen previously idled units, provides funding to maintain current operational levels for contracted treatment programs and facilities, provides funding for TDCJ to staff and operate 7 facilities that are currently privately operated. Those include Bridgeport, Kyle, Coleman, B. Moore, Bradshaw, Lindsay, and Willacy. Maintains current funding level for rehabilitation and reentry programs, provides an additional $304.6 million to maintain inmate health care, an additional $4.4 million to operate the Bell Unit as an outpatient mental health facility. provides funding for the purchase and operation of the Giles Dalby Correctional Facility in Post, Texas. And regarding parole, it provides funding for a 15% increase for parole officers, provides funding for parole supervision based on the Legislative Budget Board's population projections, provides funding to maintain operational levels for contract residential reentry centers and intermediate sanction facilities. And for other agency functions, it provides $20 million for targeted salary adjustments to improve staffing levels. It provides a 6% pay raise for attorneys, provides $9.3 million to enhance employee support services, as well as $7 million for information technology staffing enhancements, provides funding for projected data services center needs. This budget also includes for approval an executive director salary of $319,813, which is the amount provided for in the General Appropriations Act. With the additional funding to the fiscal year 26 budget, the totals will be as listed. For probation, the total amount is $371.6 million. 35.4 for the Texas Correctional Office on offenders with medical or mental impairments. 4.9 billion to incarcerate felons. 215.1 million to operate the parole system, and 217.7 million for administration, for a grand total FY26 budget of $5,809,797,489. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Steffa, for that comprehensive report, and thank you again for the time that you and your staff spent with each member of the board to do a comprehensive review, a line item review of this budget. I know from the number of responses that I got to see coming out of those meetings that those were healthy discussions, that board members were asking the right questions, they were probing, they were challenging, all the things that a board should be doing, especially with a budget of the size and scale that we are talking about. So first and foremost, thank you there. And as I said earlier, with respect to Windham, I think that we need to be thanking the folks who make all this happen. So starting with our state leadership, our governor, our lieutenant governor, our Speaker of the House, our legislators in both the Senate and House sides that have recognized the importance of this programming and the need to invest public funds wisely to ensure, first and foremost, that we're ensuring public safety, but also satisfying our statutory mandates to rehabilitate, to change lives among our population, to serve public safety, and to serve crime victims. And so to all those in the legislature, all those in state leadership, we thank you for making this commitment. And our role in approving the budget along those lines is important, but it never happens if we don't have that level of support at the state level. So with that, I will open it up for any additional questions, realizing that the board has had a lot of opportunity to be able to thoroughly examine this budget. But General Welch, I see your light's on. Do you have a question or comment?
No, I'm going to have a motion.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? If not, I believe I do have a motion coming.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the Texas Department of Criminal Justice fiscal year 2026 proposed operating budget to include the executive director's salary as presented, and authorize the executive director of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to make transfers as necessary and as authorized through the General Appropriations Act and other applicable laws.
I have a motion from General Welch. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from General Welch. I have a second from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Steffa. And thank you to all of your staff for doing this work. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding purchases and contracts over $1 million. Mr. Steffa, you'll be presenting on that today. Members of the board, I don't ordinarily vote unless it is to break a tie. However, my firm represents entities included in the purchases and contracts over $1 million. Therefore, I will not be taking action today on the purchases and contracts over $1 million. With that, Mr. Steffa, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm bringing 11 purchases today for your consideration and approval. They can be found on page 25 behind tab F of your booklet. Items 1 and 2 are increases to fiscal year 24-25 contracts for Texas Correctional Office on offenders with medical or mental impairments for case management and continuity of care with local mental health authorities. Item 3 is a fiscal year 26-27 contract for data center services through the Department of Information Resources. Item 4 is a fiscal year 26-27 renewal for inmate telephone services. Item 5 is a fiscal year 26 contract for the inmate tablet services. Item 6 is a fiscal year 26-27 contract for aircraft maintenance with the Texas Department of Transportation. Item 7 is a fiscal year 26 contract for the maintenance and support of comprehensive video surveillance systems at maximum security facilities. Item 8 is an increase to the fiscal year 25-26 contract for inmate banking, point of sale application, and parole fee management. Item 9 is for the replacement of agency vehicles. Item 10 is a fiscal year 26-27 contract for the replacement of agency computers. Item 11 is a fiscal year 26-27 contract with the University of Texas Medical Branch for deferred maintenance at Hospital Galveston. This contract is for $30 million, and it will contain a funding match by UTMB, which will provide for a total of $60 million in hospital renovations down on Galveston. That concludes the presentation. Will be available for any questions.
I'm not taking any action, but just for the board's information, there are two items, items 4 and 5, that have a 0 amount listed associated with them. So could you explain that for the board, please?
Yes, sir. For the inmate telephone and the tablets, they do not have a cost to the agency. However, there are commissions that are generated from that are provided to the state, and it's also then the revenue generating contract for the vendor. So we're bringing that to the board, even though it may not technically reach a threshold based on our expenditures. It does have a value to the vendor. So we have historically and are today bringing that for your consideration and approval.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the purchases and contracts over $1 million as presented.
I have a motion from Mr. Fordyce. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Fordyce. I have a second from Judge Francis. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Please let the record show that I abstained from voting on the purchases and contracts over $1 million. The next item on the agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the purchase of Dalby Correctional Facility. If you're ready on that one, Mr. Steffa, please proceed.
Thank you. We are requesting your consideration and approval for the purchase of the Giles Dalby Correctional Facility in Post, Texas. Information can be found on pages 26 through 30 behind tab G of your booklet. The Dalby unit is located in Post, Texas. It is currently vacant and owned by Garza County. It contains approximately 251,000 square feet of facilities and is on approximately 74 acres. It will have a capacity of around 2,000 beds. This facility will help provide the additional capacity needed to accommodate the increasing population projections. The legislature provided funding in the amount of $110 million for this purchase, and I will pause for any questions.
So just on that last piece, the legislature specifically appropriated funds for this purpose?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right. Any other questions or comments from any members of the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the purchase of Dalby Correctional Facility as presented.
I have a motion from Ms. Zeiker. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Zeiker. I have a second from Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Steffa. The next item is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Facilities Division Construction Project, status of board-approved projects. Mr. Ron Hudson, Our Facilities Division Director is approaching the podium. He's ready to go. I see it in his eyes. He's ready to roll. So whenever you're ready, Mr. Hudson, please proceed.
All right, good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, Mr. Collier, members. I'd like to provide an update on the status of board-approved projects. Item number 1 is the Michael Unit Roofing Project. This project is currently 82%. Contractor is continuing to work on 8 building, which is the last building to be roofed. Item number 2 is the Stringfellow Unit. Replace roof in multiple locations. This project is 98%. All 8 roofs are complete. Additional work to add gutters and downspouts is ongoing. Item number 3 is the Huntsville Unit Repair, Replace Roof Mechanical Department Building. The notice of award has been issued. Item number 4 is the Holiday Unit Construct New Training Facility. This project is 35%. Contractor is working on electrical, mechanical, and plumbing for Building A, which is the main training building. Concrete walls are being erected for Building C, which is the firing range. At the staff barracks, the underground plumbing is being prepared for the concrete slab to be poured. Item number 5 is the Lionel Unit Design Only Project, Structural Repairs, Inmate Housings, J1 through J4 dorms. This design only project is complete. Item number 6 is the Ferguson Unit Project, Construct Water Treatment Plant. This project is 24%. Trenching and installation of the perimeter water line is ongoing. Contractor is installing foundation pipes under the groundwater storage tanks. Once complete with these installations, compaction in all areas will be tested. Item number 7 is the Terrell Unit Project, Refurbished Water Tower Water Treatment Plant. This project is 99% complete. All that is left on this project is to replace one valve. Currently, we have the Stringfellow water well that is being under repaired. Once that water well is back online, then we will schedule an outage to replace that one valve, and this project will be complete. Item number 8 is the Conley Unit Project to replace plumbing and controls, 3, 4, 7, 10, 11 buildings, inmate housing. This project is 20%. Work is ongoing in 7 buildings, installing the Icon project. Item number 9 is the Conley Unit Project to replace plumbing controls in 8, 12, 18, and 19 buildings. This project is at 4%. Contract will begin work on these buildings once work is completed on 7 buildings. Item 10 is the Ellis Unit Install Fire Alarm System Project. This project is 30%. Contractor has mobilized and is currently working in the main building. Item 11 is the Ferguson Unit Install Fire Alarm System Project. This project is 45%. Conduit and device installation is ongoing in the main building. Item 12 is the Beto Unit Design Only Project to install HVAC in A, B, C, and D housing. This design only project is 90%. Item 13 is the McConnell Unit Design Only Project to install HVAC inmate housing. This design only project is at 15%. Item 14 is the Goodman Unit Project to install HVAC. This project is 5%. The contractor has mobilized in anticipation of the arrival of the HVAC equipment in late August. If y'all remember, I brought this project to the board in December. The vendor ordered the material in January, and the material is just now arriving 9 months. So I did want to bring that to attention of how long sometimes that this material does take. Once it's awarded, it's ordered and it arrives. So it's taken 9 months for that air conditioning equipment to arrive there at the Goodman unit.
So you basically, is that one way of saying that I just can't snap my fingers and make air conditioning appear at all the units?
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
It does take time.
I just needed a reality check.
Yes,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
All right.
Item number 15 is the Michael Unit Project to install HVAC efficiency upgrades, 12 building inmate housing. This project is 83%. All new air handlers are in operation. Installation of number 1 chiller is ongoing. The new generator has been delivered and is on site. Item 16 is the Stiles HVAC system efficiency upgrade to 12 building. The notice to proceed has been issued on this project. Items 17 through 25 are all HVAC projects, which are the Boyd, Gurney, Hightower, Jester 3, Luther, Polonsky, Pallage, Stephen, and Stiles unit. The notice of awards have all been issued on all of these projects. Item number 16 is the Terrell install HVAC. The notice of award is pending on that one.
I think it's 26.
26, yes. Item 26 is the Terrell HVAC, and the notice of award is still pending on that one. Item 27 is the Beto Unit Project to renovate Ice House. This project is 20%. The new ice machine equipment has been ordered. Prepping and caulking on outside of the building is ongoing due to interior abatement process. Item 28 is the Michael unit replace clarifier wastewater treatment plant. This project is complete. The board approved program cost of this project was $2,456,100, and the estimated closeout cost of this is $1,816,538, or 27% under program budget. Item number 29 is the Ramsey unit replace Region 3 training building. This project is complete. The board approved program cost of this project was $10,698,500, and the estimated closeout cost is $9,501,560, or 11% under program cost. Item 30 is the Wainwright unit project to replace agricultural building number 4. This project is complete. The board approved program cost of this project was $3,806,000, and the estimated closeout cost is $2,920,707, or 24% under program costs. And I can already tell you there's already 68,000 chickens that's already in that house, already laying eggs. So just want to put that on record also, Chairman.
How many eggs a second, Mr. Collier?
Too many.
We're not up to 2 yet.
That's right. And item number 31 is the last project that I'll update on, is the Wainwright unit project to replace agriculture building number 5, and this project is at 70%. The assembly of cages and electrical components to include the exhaust fans are ongoing. Estimated completion date of this is at the end of August, with another round of birds arriving in September. So this concludes my project status updates, and I will stand by for any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hudson. Other than the chicken comments, are there any questions or comments from the board? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Hudson, for your report. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Facilities Division construction project, request for construction expansion dorms for Bell, Moore, Estes, Hamilton, Hightower, Jester 3, Luther, Memorial, Montford, and PAC units, and the Lopez, Sanchez, and Travis County State Jails. Mr. Hudson, if you're ready on this one, please proceed.
Okay, as Mr. Stefan mentioned in his presentation a minute ago, this is something that was asked for during legislative session. So today I will be bringing 14 construct expansion dorm projects for your consideration and approval today. The first 11 expansion dorm projects are of the following units: Bell, Choice Moore, Hamilton, Hightower, Jester 3, Luther, Memorial, Mumford, Pack, Sanchez, and Travis. Each of these locations have an individual program cost of $27,895,000. The next location is the Estes unit with a program cost of $28,215,800. Each of these 12 locations have one expansion dorm. The last location is the Lopez unit with 2 expansion dorms and a program cost of $55,789,600. The work will consist of constructing 14 new 400-bed expansion dormitory buildings that will be 40,000 square foot each, installation of connections to the existing site utilities, and security fencing and site improvements needed to include the dormitory within the unit's secure perimeter for each unit. These air-conditioned dormitories will provide needed space and infrastructure for the agency and will meet all applicable building and life safety codes, as well as ADA and Texas accessibility standards. When these projects are complete, this will add a total of 5,600 air-conditioned dorm beds on 13 units that are well-staffed. Construction manager at-risk proposals were received for these projects on June 12, 2025. To expedite these projects so we can get started on full design and Texas Correctional Industries can start producing the items needed for these projects, I am now asking for the board's approval for the total program cost for each project listed. I'll pause for any questions you may have.
So just to underline a couple of things, first of all, this is dormitory-style housing, correct?
Yes.
So we're not talking about building new cell blocks, we're talking about dormitories,
Dormitories,
correct?
yes, sir.
And just explain for everybody what the difference is.
Okay, on dormitories, it's an open concept building where you'll have 3 or 4 different pods within an area, and you'll have bunks in those different areas also. We'll also have an attached rec area that attaches to each one of these dormitories for outside rec time, you know, which is different than cells. You know, cells is a place where they go, and it's harder. You know, more of your G3, G4, G5 population live in your cells. More of our G1, G2s will live in these dormitory type settings.
Okay. And 5,600 total beds in these projects?
56 total beds in these projects,
As built with AC?
as built with AC, yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request for construction expansion dorms for the Bell, Moore, Estes, Hamilton, Hightower, Jester 3, Luther, Memorial, Monfort, and Pack units and the Lopez, Sanchez, and Travis County State Jails as presented.
I have a motion from Judge Francis. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Judge Francis. I have a second from Vice Chair Judge Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Hudson. I believe that you have another item for us, which is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Facilities Division construction projects, request for construction of multi-purpose building at the Hobby Unit, Marlin, Texas. If you're ready,
Yes, sir.
please proceed.
The final project for consideration is to construct a multi-use facility at the Hobby Unit. The work will consist of constructing one new pre-engineered building, installation of connections to the existing site utilities, and security fencing and site improvements needed to include the facility within the unit's secure perimeter. This facility will provide needed space and infrastructure for the agency and will meet all applicable building and life safety codes as well as ADA and Texas accessibility standards. The total estimated program cost is $6,680,680. Well, I can't even say now. I didn't sit there and talk too much.
$682,200.
There you go. I am now asking for board's approval for a total program cost of these projects. I'll pause for any questions.
Any
Wow.
any questions or comments from the
Go.
board? If not, if there are no questions or comments, do I have a motion?
Request for construction of multi-purpose building at the Hobby Unit, Marlin, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion from Pastor Sprinkle. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Pastor Sprinkle. I have a second from General Welch. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Chairman, real quick.
Yes.
Mr. Hudson, this doesn't have anything to do with the water issues that we've talked about at the Hobby Unit. I know we've talked about that in the past. We had a speaker talk about that earlier. Located in Marlin, but the problems is tell us what we're doing there, because I know we've talked about this.
Again, you know, Mr. Stepper brought it up a while ago. We asked for some money there for the Marlin unit to put the Hobby unit on its own water system. We asked for $16.9 million. The legislative session actually give us $7 million. So right now we have moved that project into design so we can at least get the Hobby unit's own water system there at the Marlin unit. So that will be a project that I will be bringing back to the board once we get the investigatory of the design done. Then I'll be bringing that back to the board for y'all to approve us to move forward with full design. And again, we're gonna put that under a CMAR so we can go ahead and get that thing going so we can get the Hobby unit on its own water supply system.
So maybe when our speaker comes back at the next public speak, we can
Yes.
have something good to say.
Yes, and I did after the last break, I did go outside and meet with the group of ladies, and I did let them know where we were meeting, what we were doing there at the Hobby unit.
Excellent,
I
good
did,
job.
yes.
One more thing, Mr. Hudson, I
Yes.
know you're about to go. The $118 million that we've also talked about, that's gonna get us some more air conditioning, tell us about that.
Okay, just a quick update on it. You know, the projects that I presented today or that y'all approved in June were of the 85 million. You know, it did take time to get our momentum going on a lot of those projects because we didn't have those designed yet. If you'll go look on the AC dashboard today, you'll see 6 of the units that are already full design complete, that we've already moved 6 of those units on into procurement already, and it's not even September 1st yet. So we are moving faster at a faster pace now that we've got some momentum going and we've got some projects in design. Just because of the 118 million, we're not gonna stop there. As we get more, as we catch up on our design projects this year, we're gonna keep designing more units to bring more units online. So when we do get that money, we have those design projects, AC design projects on the shelf. So when we do get money, we can pull those off, put those into procurement, so we can move to get these units air conditioned quicker.
air conditioning, water, and chickens, Mr. Hudson.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed land transaction request for a pipeline easement renewal, Boyd Unit, Teague, Texas. TDCJ Manufacturing, Agribusiness, and Logistics Division Director, Mr. Bill Lewis, is presenting. Mr. Lewis, when you're ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, Mr. Collier, board members. Today we have 5 land transactions on the agenda. We'll be recommending approval of these items at today's board meeting. The first of which is Energy Transfer, NGL Pipeline LP request to renew an expiring easement for one 30-inch pipeline at the Boyd unit. The easement includes an area of approximately 0.73 acres of land or 638.32 feet long by 50 feet wide for transportation of natural gas liquids. Energy Transfer NGL Pipeline has agreed to pay $27,083 for the renewal of the easement for a 10-year term.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Any questions or comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request for a pipeline easement renewal, Boyd Unit, Teague, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. Do I have a second? I have a second from Pastor Sprinkle. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed land transaction request for utility easement renewal, Ellis and Estelle Units, Huntsville, Texas. Mr. Lewis, please proceed.
Energy Transfer NGL Pipeline requests to renew an existing utility easement at the Ellis Estelle Units. The easement includes an area of approximately 0.8 acres of land or 173.77 feet long by 20 feet wide. Energy Transfer NGL Pipeline has agreed to pay $5,400 for the renewal of the easement for a 10-year term.
Any questions or comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request for utility easement renewal at the Ellis and Estelle Units, Huntsville, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. I have a second from Judge Francis. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed land transaction request for a pipeline easement renewal, Ellis and Estelle Units, Huntsville, Texas. Mr. Lewis, you may proceed.
Energy Transfer NGL Pipeline requests to renew an expiring easement for one 30-inch pipeline at the Ellis and Estelle unit. The easement includes an area of approximately 4.68 acres of land or 4,074 feet long by 50 feet wide for the transportation of natural gas liquids. Energy Transfer Pipeline has agreed to pay $185,213 for the renewal of the easement for a 10-year term.
Any questions or comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request for a pipeline easement renewal, Ellis and Estelle Units, Huntsville, Texas, as presented.
I have a second. I have a motion from General Welch. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from General Welch. I have a second from Dr. Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is a discussion and consideration and possible action regarding proposed land transaction request for a new access road easement, Young Medical Facility Complex, Dickinson, Texas. Mr. Lewis, please proceed.
Red Egret LLC requests an access road easement which includes a surface area of 3.1 acres of land or 135,695 square feet at the Carroll Young Medical Facility. Easements for this access road have already been granted to Texas New Mexico Power. Therefore, construction of the road is not required again. Red Egret will be subcontracting and utilizing that road and has agreed to pay us $200,000 for the easement for a 10-year term.
Any questions or comments from the board on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request for a new access road easement, Young Medical Facility Complex, Dickinson, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion from Mr. Fordyce. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion from Mr. Fordyce. I have a second from Vice Chair Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed land transaction request to sell land, Montford Unit, Lubbock, Texas. Please proceed, Mr. Lewis.
Texas Department of Criminal Justice has identified approximately 640 acres located at the Montford Unit in Lubbock County as surplus property. The property is located south of the facility and is currently utilized for contract farming and grazing only. Pursuant to Government Code 496.0021, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice may sell the property at fair market value, and the General Land Office shall negotiate and close transactions on behalf of the board. The Montford Unit's total real property is 1,301 acres. This proposed sale would not hinder facility operations or security protocols for the unit. We request the board approve a resolution authorizing the General Land Office to proceed with the sale of the 640 acres using procedures outlined in 31.158 Natural Resources Code.
Any questions or comments from the board on this item? If not, do I have a motion? Oh, yes. Yes, sir.
I know you're gonna work with the General Land Office, Bill. I think it'd be in the state's best interest if you could see about reserving the water rights and also any mineral interest and executive rights interest in that property.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Question.
Yes.
Why would we sell it?
We've been contacted by the Lubbock Economic Development Council, the Governor's Office on Economic Development. The area in which Montford's at is in an industrial area. There's been some property that has been sold next to the facility, way beyond what fair market value is. Fair market value is around $1,700 to $1,800. They've been paying $44,000 or so above that. So we felt like with that land, because it's only contract farming, on average, depending on the cotton or corn or whatever, I'm way under that. I'm utilizing maybe on a good year, maybe $100,000 a year. The last 5 years, it's actually been $80,000 to $70,000 a year.
Explain.
So we thought we'd test the water to see, sir.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So we thought we would talk to the GLO and see what those market offers are out there. And again, it will be up to the GLO to market that and attempt to see what's out there on the market.
Contract farming, describe that to us. Define that for us.
We have in our field crop operations, we have 3 different areas that we grow, and that's going to be cotton, milo, and corn. Up there in West Texas, mainly cotton. You have to rotate those crops every year. We utilize some milo every other year, and then of course corn. We farm 1,185 acres. That's the contract farming on that place, and of that, we retain 24% of the harvest of what comes off of that property. So by the time that you're paying, say, cotton ginning fees and co-op prices, at the end of the day, we then take that cotton and we utilize that cotton for the agency. But we're just testing the waters to see what that is. It's surplus cotton, surplus property. So that's what we're gonna let GLO look at and see what's out there.
And so, before you brought this to the board, as is stated in the letter, did you all determine in the normal course of your business operations that this particular land was surplus to the agency's current and projected needs?
Yes, sir, we did.
And have you explained to the board why you all, it's not just you, it's the whole group, why you all consider this to be surplus property?
On average, about 1,700 acres that we're gonna, 17 across the board is what we're growing edible crops on. At one point in West Texas, we had the opportunity to try to grow some field crops out there in West Texas based on transportation costs, staffing. Over the years, we've slowly removed that staffing up there. And right now, most, if not all, of our edible crop are located in Region 3 on the Gulf, located in Huntsville, Buffalo Ranch, and located in Palestine. That's the majority of what we have. We grow cotton to provide 6,000 bales. The 6,000 bales we then gin, turn into thread, and that's what we utilize as cost avoidance for clothing on our offender population.
And will
This small amount of cotton is not affecting our operational side of it, and for a cost benefit, it's not bringing the revenue. It's more of surplus in that area.
And if the land is sold, where do the proceeds go?
We're gonna build more chicken houses is what we're
There you
shooting
go.
for.
There you go.
So we get to keep the money back in the system. If the general land office comes up with an offer that you guys don't think is acceptable, can you turn it down? I mean, or once we say we're gonna do this, are we locked into whatever offer they negotiate?
I don't think so.
Well, I think we are, the recommendation is to approve a resolution authorizing the GLO to proceed with the sale. So
Right.
I assume we'd be ceding our authority over that appropriately under state law to the GLO. But Mr. Fordyce has a good comment, which may need to be part of the, whatever motion may get
I have another,
put on this.
another
Yes, sir.
comment.
Yes, sir.
You brought up Buffalo Ranch, and I'm not too good at math, but if you got 640 acres times 44,000, that's close to 28 million. You know, with leasing Buffalo Ranch right now, that would go a long way to maybe purchase the Buffalo Ranch and own that. That's 11,002 acres.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Collier?
The only thing I was gonna clarify, I believe the language in the rider today allows us to use the funding, if we sold property, we could utilize it to do major repairs. And I think that's the dedicated area that it has to be focused on. We could certainly approach someone about that, but I think right now, this funding, if we were able to achieve it, that would be funding we would need to use in major repairs. So it could go to many of the projects that you hear about from facilities.
All right. Any good discussion? I do want to return to Mr. Fordyce's point, though, and I just wonder whether any motion we make on that should have a reservation in there, you know, something along the lines of subject to discussions with the GLO about reserving mineral and water rights. Would that be appropriate? Okay. So with that commentary and questions, do we have a motion?
I do, yes, I have a motion, but do I need to write?
I can
that
always do a
language?
friendly amendment if you need me to, so go ahead and
Okay.
make your motion.
Perfect. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to sell land, Mumpert Unit, Lubbock, Texas, as presented.
And I would respectfully request a friendly amendment to that motion to include a provision that says, comma, subject to discussions with the GLO about potential reservation of mineral and water rights concerning the property. So that would be my friendly amendment. So with my friendly amendment, is that acceptable to the proponent?
Yes.
And so a motion as amended has been made. Do I have a second to that motion as amended? I have a motion as amended that's been made. I have a second from Pastor Sprinkle. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion as amended passes. Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis.
Yes, sir.
Getting a little too active on my gavel there. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the proposed fiscal year 2026 annual audit plan. Chief Audit Executive, Mr. Chris Cerrito, will be presenting today. If you're ready, Mr. Cerrito, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Mr. Collier, members. I will be incredibly brief this afternoon. As with the budget, with the fiscal year 26 proposed annual audit plan, I have briefed each board member separately. We've had really good discussions about the audits that are on the plan. So I'm not going to go through all of those this afternoon. Instead, I would just remind you that that audit plan has 5 full-scope audit projects, 8 follow-up audit projects, and 8 non-audit or advisory services. Pending any questions, which I will pause for now, afterwards I will ask that you approve this plan.
And my only question, Mr. Cerrito, have you had a chance to visit with all of the board members concerning this proposed fiscal year 2026 annual audit plan?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a good and fulsome discussion where you were able to answer questions from members of the board about this plan?
100%.
And did you receive feedback from members?
Quite a bit of it. We do not have a shy board.
Okay. And with that, those are my questions. Any further comments, discussion, questions for Mr. Cerrito? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, sir, I move the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the internal audit plan for fiscal year 2026, authorize the internal audit director to perform audit work outside of the audit plan if the director deems deviations are warranted, documented as required by the Texas Internal Auditing Act, and presented to the board at the next scheduled meeting.
I have a motion from Judge Francis. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Judge Francis. I have a second from Vice Chair Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Cerrito.
We'll get to work.
Appreciate your report. It is now time for the chairman's report. And there is an open and obvious subject for this report that I will start on, and I fully expect that every member of this board will also provide their observations and insights. Today, we celebrate an extraordinary leader as he prepares for a well-deserved retirement, which we know represents for him not the end of a road, but instead the opening and beginning of a next route and direction on life's GPS. Executive Director Brian Collier's tenure at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice has been marked by unparalleled dedication, innovative leadership, and a profound commitment to both public safety and to this great state of Texas. With 40 years of service to this agency, Mr. Collier has held a wide variety of positions to include clerk, correctional officer, parole officer, section director, parole division director, deputy executive director, and executive director. He has a Bachelor of Science degree in Criminology and Corrections from Sam Houston State University. Mr. Collier is a member of the American Correctional Association, serving on its Board of Governors, as Vice President, and as Vice Chair of the Performance-Based Standards Committee. Mr. Collier has received numerous awards, including ACA's Best in the Business Award, the CLA Michael Frank Career Achievement Award, and the Dr. George J. Beto Hall of Honor Award. He is also scheduled to receive the Correctional Leaders Association Edward R. Cass Correctional Achievement Award, the highest award bestowed by the ACA, at the ACA's meeting this weekend in Denver, Colorado. Throughout Mr. Collier's tenure and leadership, TDCJ consistently improved its operations despite challenges and adversity. It will, in fact, be part of Mr. Collier's legacy that his steady and thoughtful leadership led TDCJ to progress during a time that presented significant challenges. For example, when Hurricane Harvey struck Texas in 2017, causing catastrophic flooding and other devastation, Mr. Collier calmly and effectively led TDCJ's response. TDCJ did not lose a single life to that natural disaster among staff and the inmate population, despite the fact that many TDCJ facilities were directly in that mighty storm's path. Thousands of inmates were swiftly evacuated from flooded areas. Under Mr. Collier's leadership and direction, thousands of individuals on supervision were monitored in difficult circumstances. families of incarcerated individuals and the public were kept well informed, and TDCJ maintained all essential services as well as public safety. As another example, the COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all of us, including and especially in corrections. Under Mr. Collier's guidance, TDCJ implemented an effective and connected command center, extensive testing for employees and inmates, access to PPE and vaccines, including during times of PPE and vaccine scarcity that we can remember well, and adherence to CDC and correctional managed health guidelines. We all know that pandemic exacted a great toll in terms of loss of life and extreme and lasting illness. But we also know that the loss of life in TDCJ facilities was lower than that experienced in the world outside the fences from that terrible pandemic. These effective responses to the scourge of COVID-19 allowed for the safe resumption of in-person visitation, uninterrupted intake from counties, and a return to classroom settings for important inmate programming. But challenges such as these and many others did not interrupt the steady flow of progress, and in some instances, these challenges accelerated that continuous improvement. COVID-19 required expansion of technology across the TDCJ system. Video visitation systems allowed families and friends to stay in touch with their loved ones, fostering crucial connections for successful reentry. Secure inmate tablets began to be rolled out in December of 2021. As a result, more than 130,000 inmates now have access to educational, vocational, religious, and legal materials on those tablets, as well as the ability to make phone calls and to send messages. Mr. Collier's commitment to public safety extends to every corner of TDCJ and our state. Under his leadership, TDCJ secured legislative funding for vital safety equipment for officers, including body-worn cameras, tasers, wave millimeter X-ray machines, and stun and pulse fencing. Recognizing the critical need for advanced training of our valued staff, Mr. Collier spearheaded the establishment of the Training and Leader Development Division in 2019. TLDD delivers quality training focused on performance, employee learning, development, and wellness, including leadership training at all levels and taking on the vital role of recruiting correctional and parole officers. Additionally, under his leadership, TDCJ procured funding for a new state-of-the-art training facility that you will hear more about just a little bit later. Mr. Collier's direction also led to the initiation of the Gang Renouncement and Disassociation Process, or GRAD, a crucial program allowing inmates affiliated with security threat groups to renounce their gang affiliation. As just another commitment to public safety, Mr. Collier addressed the scourge of contraband dangerous drugs in the system with implementation of the Digital Mail Program in 2023. This innovative initiative replaced physical mail with scanned digital copies accessible on these secure inmate tablets. Mr. Collier's vision has extended far beyond traditional concepts of incarceration. He has displayed consistent commitment to rehabilitation, successful reentry, and reduction in recidivism of those released from TDCJ incarceration. Texas has one of the nation's lowest recidivism rates following release, and that rate has continuously declined during Mr. Collier's service as Executive Director. His time as Executive Director has also seen the creation and expansion of programs that prepare inmates for successful reentry. The STRIVE program for female inmates, for example, provides gender-responsive, trauma-informed programming and career readiness. When the agency had to reopen facilities as its population grew following the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Collier's forward thinking led to the creation of the Bartlett Innovation Unit, a facility designed to pilot new programs to advance rehabilitation efforts. Mr. Collier's time as executive director has seen the start of career expos, which allow second chance employers to witness firsthand the job skills inmates acquire through live demonstrations of ready-for-work skills in a number of professions, including, but not limited to by any means, culinary arts, building and repair trades, automotive trades, and truck driving. As a man of faith, it is no surprise that TDCJ's seminary program expanded under Mr. Collier's watch and now proudly includes female participants. Mr. Collier also championed the creation of life coaches and additional peer educator programs, providing invaluable support for rehabilitation. First and foremost, Mr. Collier has understood throughout his tenure that the strength of TDCJ, the backbone of TDCJ, lies in its dedicated staff. Mr. Collier's leadership was crucial to securing significant and well-deserved pay increases for correctional staff. Since April of 2022, correctional officers have received more than a 40% increase in their pay. And Mr. Collier has championed improvements in recruitment and retention of correctional staff, which of course assists all of the agency's hard-working staff. These efforts have included employee education opportunities, empowering staff to pursue their educational goals through lower tuition rates and tuition reimbursement programs. And he has always demonstrated a commitment to mentoring and developing the next generation of leaders within TDCJ. Mr. Collier, your legacy at TDCJ is also cemented with the 2030 plan you helped to create. This plan will continue to be a blueprint for TDCJ's future and, as we are confident, the continuation of the improvements and the modernization in agency operations. Okay, enough from me. I'm going to go from my right across this table, start with Pastor Sprinkle, and ask each of our board members in turn to give you, Mr. Collier, his or her thoughts as you get closer to your last day on the job. Pastor?
Yes, sir. Mr. Collier, in addition or behind all the amazing things that have been accomplished by the agency under your leadership, in just the short time that I've had the privilege of serving on the board, I've observed from you and come to know you as a man of commitment, dedication, sincerity, compassion, consideration, understanding, wit, and faith. And while we're sad to see you go, it's entering a well-deserved retirement. And so I just pray God's blessings on you and continued leadership and blessings on your family as well as you enter that phase. And pray that God continues to bless and use you in the next ventures that come in your life. So thank you very much and enjoy.
General Welch?
Yeah, I'd like to say that throughout the course of my careers, that being both military and business, I've met many great leaders for whom I have tremendous respect. None, sir, are better than you. You are definitely standing atop the mountain. I too wish you the greatest of success in the next adventure. I'm sure whoever you end up with is going to be equally impressed by what they get as a result. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Burrow.
Mr. Collier, we appreciate you so much. We totally respect you and your commitment to the state, to TDCJ, to all of the people that are our responsibility, to the employees. Cannot say enough nice things about you. Ready for you to come back to East Texas. Hope I get to see you a little more up there. But no, we wish you the best. You've done a remarkable job. You didn't just rest on the laurels of the people ahead of you. You built this thing. I really see you as like building a pyramid. You were a cornerstone, and you really are launching the agency to the next level. Thank you so much.
Ms. Zeiker?
Mr. Collier, I told you this when you called to say you were retiring, but this is such a bittersweet moment for us. I am so happy for you and for your family, and grateful for the service that your entire family has had to this state for 40 years. But it's sad for us. You have led us very well. You have set us up very well for the future. And as we move forward and as we see this agency continue to improve, we will always remember what you've done for this agency. I am deeply privileged to be able to serve on this board alongside you. I wish it would have been longer, but I'm grateful, and I'm grateful that you have always been just a phone call away.
Mr. Fordyce?
Brian, this has been a long 40 years, but a short 40 years. Our paths have crossed many times over the past 40 years, and I remember when you got to be on the division director for the pro division. I was on the pro board. We interacted there together, and it's just been a great 40 years. It just seemed like it was yesterday that we met. And anyway, you're well respected in the community of criminal justice, and well respected in the community we live in there in Huntsville and Walker County, and you're well respected in the Pink Building here in Austin. Everybody respects what you've done for this agency, and we all wish you well.
Thank you. Judge Francis?
Mr. Collier, Brian? There hadn't been a minute that I've been on this board, 6 years' worth, that I haven't felt like if we had a disaster, if we had something coming our way and we knew it was coming, COVID was a big one, because that's what was going on when Faith and I started, and Ambassador Siv started on this board, and it was absolutely frightening how we were going to deal with all these people, all these lives that we're responsible for in these prison units, and you handled it beautifully. I haven't had a moment when I didn't think, oh my goodness, how wonderful we've got Brian Collier in charge, Brian Collier addressing the issues, and you haven't let me down one time. I know you have taken a lot of time away from your family. I have heard rumors about trips you were taking or trips you were on or things you planned to do, places where you were and you had to pack up and say, guys, I gotta go back to Texas to deal with something going on, and I cannot imagine how difficult that would be to do. And so thank you for giving of yourself. Thank you to your family, to your wonderful wife, for all the sacrifices they've made. But you've got so many fabulous qualities, including that really good personality and slightly wicked wit you've got going on for you. But as I look around and I see all these people out in the audience and think, okay, now where are we going to go, or what's going to happen, or how's it going to be? It's going to be fine, because you have set up TDCJ to succeed, and you've got the people in place to make it work. And for that, I say thank you to you on behalf of all many people in the state of Texas whose lives you've touched and that they'll touch as the days go by. So, all right.
Judge Johnson?
Mr. Collier, I just want to thank you for your commitment, your faithfulness, your dedication, your service, and even more importantly, your sacrifice. I don't think that we all realize the sacrifice that you have rendered for decades to this agency, and not just the agency, but to this community and to this state. And I just want to say thank you. And I just got to believe that because of what you have done and you have believed in from the depth of your heart, that God has seen what you have done and that he's going to reward you, not when you get to heaven, because I know you're going to heaven, but right here on earth. and that he will do exactly what he says in Ephesians 3:20. He would do exceedingly abundantly beyond anything that you can even imagine or ask for. That's what he's going to do for you. And that's what I'm excited about. What's next for you and the blessing on your life and on the life of your family. So thank you.
Ambassador Siv from a remote location.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if you can see me or not, but Mr. Collier, I see your picture with a smile, and you can assume that I'm smiling also. I want to just give you an advice. You do not retire, you graduate. You graduate to the next chapter. And I'm very excited about your next chapter, the new chapter of your life. Whatever you do, I think you're going to be very successful. So you're going with my affection, my admiration, and my appreciation. I saw you to say that I'm blessed to be beside you, but each other we can see, but we need only your spirituality, our spirituality. I have to pronounce this word, spirituality. So go with all the blessings, enjoy the next chapter of your life, and never retire. You continue to graduate. And thank you for your service to our state, our nation, and God. God bless you.
All right, with all these great comments, let's open it up for everyone else in the room to express their appreciation for you, Mr. Collier, with a standing ovation. Thanks. Mr. Collier, in honor of your service, vision, and unwavering commitment to excellence, the board is proud to name the new training facility that I mentioned earlier as the Brian Collier Leadership and Training Center. I have a resolution. I have a resolution here, and I know no one in the room minds me reading this, so I'm going to take the time to read this, if that's okay with everybody. So, this is in the name of the state of Texas, resolution to name training facility, Brian Collier Leadership and Training Center. Whereas the Texas Department of Criminal Justice broke ground in January 2025 on a state-of-the-art training facility, marking a significant milestone for the agency. This center will provide enhanced training opportunities for all levels of TDCJ staff and represents a physical testament to the agency's ongoing commitment to its workforce and its mission of public safety. Whereas the new training facility located in Huntsville will serve all divisions within TDCJ, including leadership development programs, the Parole Officers Training Academy, the Advanced Correctional Officer Training Academy, and crisis response teams. This cutting-edge facility will serve as a hub for professional development for all TDCJ employees, and will provide a facility that will also support TDCJ's ongoing partnership with the Windham School District and its employees. Whereas Brian Collier was appointed Executive Director by the board in 2016, overseeing the operations of one of the largest adult criminal justice systems in the country. Mr. Collier began his career with TDCJ in 1985 as a clerk and held a variety of positions including correctional officer, parole officer, unit supervisor, program administrator, section director, parole division director, and deputy executive director. Mr. Collier holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Criminology and Corrections from Sam Houston State University. Whereas Mr. Collier is an ex officio member of the Texas Department of Information Resources Board and an active member of the Correctional Leaders Association and the American Correctional Association. Mr. Collier serves in numerous committees for the ACA, including the Awards Committee, Board of Governors, Congress Program Planning Committee, and Standards Committee, and has been recognized as one of the ACA's best in the business. Mr. Collier also received the Dr. George J. Beto Hall of Honor Award from the Texas Correctional Association in 2013, the Edward R. Cass Correctional Achievement Award from the ACA in 2025, and the CLA Michael Frank Career Achievement Award. Whereas, Mr. Collier has provided exemplary leadership through notable events affecting TDCJ, such as Hurricane Harvey and the COVID-19 pandemic, and his leadership was instrumental in setting forward-looking 2030 goals for the department and decreasing the recidivism rate to one of the lowest in the country. Mr. Collier's coordination with state leadership and the Texas legislature has been open, productive, and effective, and among other notable achievements resulted in significant pay raises for correctional staff and parole officers and investments in the rehabilitation and reentry of the incarcerated population within TDCJ. Whereas, during Mr. Collier's leadership, the agency launched the first innovation unit focused on vanguard approaches to prison operations and programming, established employee support services to provide crisis intervention and help employees manage job stress, and implemented programs designed to enhance public safety through spiritual, moral, and ethical transformation. Whereas, Mr. Collier is an outstanding servant leader who has contributed greatly to the advancement of TDCJ and the corrections profession, leaving a legacy with the agency and the state of Texas that will last long past his retirement. Therefore, be it hereby resolved, we, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice, in recognition of the exemplary leadership of Brian Collier and his contributions to the state of Texas, including as Executive Director, determine that the newly constructed facility shall be named the Brian Collier Leadership and Training Center, resolved this 19th day of August 2025 by the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. This resolution from this board is in addition to the well-deserved recognition that you and your better half received recently and directly, as I understand it, from our Texas Governor Greg Abbott. And we have both the governor's resolution and our resolution here framed for you to take with you and display, hope very proudly, for the future. So please, all of you, join this board in another round of applause for our Executive Director, Brian Collier. The next item on our agenda, if he's ready and capable of doing it, is a report from Mr. Collier as Executive Director. And as Ms. Zeicher said, this will be a bittersweet moment for us because this will be our last such report that we receive from you. But if you're ready, when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. Thank you, Board, and you didn't make this easy, I can assure you that. A little bit overwhelming, but thank you for your, first I would say I thank the good Lord for giving me an opportunity to work in something I wanted to do. And given me a true career. But thank you for your support. You hired me. You've supported me through tough times, through good times, but at the same time, you've always been there, and I know you've been there. You've given your time and your assistance and your expertise. And this is not a job for you. You have real jobs. This is a volunteer job for you. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate you and those other board members that were on the board during my time as well, just how much I appreciate what you do and what you contribute to the agency. You have the most talented leadership team in state government, by far, in my opinion. TDCJ, it's nothing on there that was me. Everything that was accomplished was our team. We have a phenomenal team of individuals. Men and women of this agency are just heroes, in my opinion, and they always have been. They do quiet work behind the scenes every day. and they get things done that most people couldn't get done. And they do magic with little bit of dust, and they make it go a long way, and they make it happen, and they make it happen consistently. So it's been a privilege. I couldn't imagine a better career over the past 40 years. Lord knows Dr. Beto, he helped me get my job as a clerk. I'm sure he had no earthly idea that kid would stick around, and neither did I. But at the same time, it's been an honor and a privilege, and every job I've had has been a joy. And it's because of the people of the agency is really what, and I've enjoyed the people, I've enjoyed the population, I've just enjoyed all of it, and it's been a joy. It really has. No regrets, no complaints, just thankful that I had the opportunity to have a career like that. So that was well worth it. What I want to tell you in my prepared remarks, really, and I won't read them, but really, one, thank you for taking time to go over the budget. You saw that today. That's going to really help make some significant changes in the agency. It brings a lot of improvements in technology and infrastructure. That's going to continue to move the agency forward. So thank you for taking time. You each took time to meet with us individually, go through that process with us, but at the same time, you're involved, you're active, you want to know, and I'm grateful for that. But really, thank you for your support. Your support of me has always been there, and I've known that. And that means a lot. When you're in this chair, it can be like an island, as you can imagine. It feels like the weight is all on you, but at the same time, I've never felt that way. And I know that the agency will do great. I know if I did my job at all well, then it will do better without me than it did with me. It'll do better in the next generation, because I think the men and women of the agency will take it to levels I never imagined. So I look forward to seeing on the sidelines what's going on there. And I'll still be around, and I'll still obviously be active in corrections, but in a different role. So looking forward to that, but looking forward to seeing what good things come out of TDCJ. But thank you for the privilege to do it. Thank you.
Well said, Mr. Collier. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the establishment and continuation of standing or limited purpose committees. As a result of Senate Bill 2405, the TDCJ Sunset Bill, Texas Government Code Section 497.111, which established the Advisory Committee on Agriculture to TDCJ, was repealed. As you know from prior meetings, pursuant to Texas Government Code Chapter 2110 and Texas Administrative Code Rule Section 151.3, the board's presiding officer may appoint members of the board to advisory committees. These advisory committees promote opportunities for all board members to serve actively as liaisons on particular subject areas, to interact with TDCJ staff responsible for those subject areas, and to provide guidance and support to folks across TDCJ from the board. We currently have several such committees of the board operating today, and each board member sitting here with me, I can tell you, is actively engaged in multiples of such committees. Those committees, as they currently exist, are Audit and Review, Business and Financial Operations, Community Corrections, Correctional Institutions, Correctional Law Enforcement, Healthcare, Human Resources, Legal, Rehabilitation and Reentry, and Victim Services. Now, in light of the removal of the Advisory Committee on Agriculture from statute during this past legislative session, as board chair, I think it is appropriate for the board to consider whether an additional board committee focused on the agricultural operations of TDCJ would be appropriate. So with that, I'll ask, are there any additional thoughts or questions from the board on this particular topic? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the establishment and continuation of standing or limited purpose committees as presented.
And that would include the formation of the new agricultural committee?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I have a motion from Pastor Sprinkle. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Pastor Sprinkle. I have a second from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. And Mr. Fordyce, as a heads up, I will be asking you to lead this new committee as its chair. Full disclosure here. And we'll be appointing additional board members to the committee. So members, if you have an interest in this area of agriculture, please let me know after the meeting. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the renaming of the board supervised office that is currently named State Counsel for Offenders. Director of the State Counsel for Offenders, Ms. Wyvon Long, will be presenting. You're at the podium. Ms. Long, when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, Mr. Collier. First of all, I would like to thank Representative Diayala and his staff who actually did the work to get the amendment in the law so that we're able to ask today.
And is that the same representative who once served on this board?
It is in fact.
Mano de Ayala, is that who you're
Yes,
talking
sir.
about? Okay, great.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Additionally, Jill Durst, Brittany Ortega, Kate Blifford, Doug Kim, and Angela Jeter also did a lot of work drafting and editing and just helping push that through. So I wanted to thank those individuals. We're here just asking the board to rename State Counsel for Offenders to the Independent Office of Inmate Counsel, and we believe that it represents our commitment to independence, fairness, and zealous representation for our clients. Additionally, the phrase counsel for inmates clearly shows who we serve and our focus on ensuring access to justice for every individual in custody. So we look forward to continuing to serve with integrity, compassion, and professionalism under our new name, and I'll be happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll start it off by saying that to the chair's perception, this is an important name change for several reasons, including all those you mentioned. We all know that names matter, and the fact that the proposed new name, among other things, emphasizes the independence of your group in accomplishing the mission of providing thoughtful and effective representation of indigent members of TDCJ's population by employing the professional judgments and skills that you all have as lawyers and legal staff in your organization in a manner that is wholly free from oversight or control from TDCJ is, to me, and I'm sure to other members of the board, very helpful and welcomed and needed. So I also thank the legislature and especially our former colleague, now Representative De Ayala, for allowing us to be in the position of making sure that your organization has the name that means what your mission is. So with that, are there any other questions or comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the recommendation to rename the State Counsel for Offenders to Independent Office of Inmate Counsel as presented.
I have a motion from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. I have a second from Vice Chair Johnson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I mishear?
Yeah, with Judge Molly.
Okay, so let me start again. We had a motion from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. We had a second from Judge Francis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Long, and thank you for what you and your group does.
Absolutely.
The next and final item for our agenda today is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the selection or appointment of the TDCJ Executive Director. As we discussed just a minute ago, it is a very bittersweet moment for all members of this board as we honor Mr. Collier for his tremendous accomplishments, including those as TDCJ's Executive Director, but also as we recognize and fully support his wishes to start his next chapter as he retires from state service at the end of this month. In such circumstances, the Texas Government Code, Section 492.03, provides as one of this board's responsibilities the solemn and extremely important duty to search for, evaluate, and appoint an executive director to serve as the administrator of TDCJ. As you know from our last meeting, following Mr. Collier's announcement regarding his retirement, I appointed an executive director search committee composed of myself, Vice Chair Faith Johnson, and Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. That search committee has been actively engaged in that process since its initiation. In compliance with state law, a job posting for the executive director was initially posted for 30 days, and the board search committee evaluated the responses and has conducted preliminary interviews and further interviews of qualified applicants selected by the committee. The search committee thanks all of the individuals, both from inside TDCJ and from outside TDCJ, including folks from other states, who stepped forward to indicate an interest in this very important role. The search committee very much enjoyed the interaction with all candidates during these interviews. I know I speak for each member of the search committee in saying that. This morning, we were able to present the results of the search committee work to the full board in executive session, and I can assure every member of the public that this entire board takes its responsibility in this area extremely seriously, in a respectful, thoughtful, and deliberate manner. Accordingly, we presented the results of those findings, and at this point, the board has those findings and is in a position to potentially take action with respect to the selection of the next great executive director for the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. So with that, and following all those good discussions in executive session, are there any additional questions or comments from the board with respect to this process? And if not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a motion that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice appoint Mr. Bobby Lumpkin as the next executive director of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, effective September 1st, 2025.
I have a motion from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. I have a second from Judge Francis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Lumpkin. And Mr. Lumpkin, I'm not going to let you sit there. You got to come forward. I know, you need to come forward to the podium, and please, I know it's early probably in your thought process, but please share your thoughts and comments at this moment.
Almost speechless, but I'm a quick learner. I learned from Lance Coleman not to come up too quick. So that's why I stayed for a minute. Thank you, Lance. Chairman Nichols, Judge Johnson, Dr. Burrow, just want to thank you individually and collectively as a board for this extreme honor to lead this great agency. I thank God for the support and strength and guidance and opportunity to serve in this role. Thank my family. I think they're watching, but for their support and especially their patience in the last 35 years with the agency and moving across the state of Texas. Being the executive director of this great agency comes with just a very esteemed responsibility, sacred responsibility leading and working alongside 32,000 professional men and women, serving the incarcerated and those under supervision, protecting our victims of crime, and safeguarding of citizens of the great state of Texas. Much work has been accomplished, but there's still much work ahead, and can tell you that with deep humility, with the values that our agency carries, with steadfast faith, that we will move this agency forward in strengthening public safety, enhancing rehabilitation and reentry, and making TDCJ a national model of criminal justice excellence. I'll speak for myself, but I think several behind me and thousands out there working today, that this calling that we're in, it comes with a very distinct purpose, and that's serving with compassion, ensuring there's fairness in what we do, and also providing hope for those that may be in a moment of despair. And for all those reasons, I will do my very best in this role. I want to tell Mr. Collier with just absolute heartfelt gratitude, thank you. Thank you for your friendship, for your leadership, for your mentorship. You have left a lasting positive mark on the agency. And going forward, that legacy will continue to live. And I can guarantee that with my determination and all of our reverence. And thank you, sir, for that. And again, thank you for the board. We have much work to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And by the way, I sure hope your family's watching, and I sure hope we'll get a chance to honor them at our next meeting in El Paso.
Thank you.
So, but thank you, sir, and we really appreciate you stepping forward in the way and the comments that you just made, because we all know, and it's good, I know you recognize this, but it's good to hear it, that it's not about one person.
That's right.
It's about
Absolutely.
a team.
Yes, sir.
And to be able to promote the outstanding team that we already have in place and to build on that, I know is going to be squarely in your sights in terms of the work that you're doing. So thank you again, sir. We
Thank you, Chairman.
appreciate
Thank you all.
I would like to thank all of you for coming here today or watching us virtually, and remind you that the next meeting of the Board of Criminal Justice will be October 16th, 17th, 2025 in El Paso, Texas. There being no further business, the 242nd meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is now adjourned. It is 5 p.m. There you go. Finish right.